time. Leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me?
My thing isn't working, oh no. You guys are gonna have to hang out here while I fix this really quick. Hold on. I'm still here. I'm just panicking. What's happened? I'll entertain you before Karasufano arrives, I suppose. Hold on, I think it's working. Please. Sorry, it works. Let me bring you back. That's not it. This is it. Okay. Life is unusual, and you know, so are times. Times are also unusual. I'm experimenting with them, with the unusual times, and hopefully it makes sense why I'm doing that, and hopefully I'll be able to figure something out. You know, I think you have to trial and error and do things. All right, okay. Sorry about that. I'm here. I'm here. Please don't go away. Please, please don't go away. I've returned. Everything is okay. I think. Things are fine, probably. What's happening? How is everyone? I'll have to scroll all the way up to the beginning. Excuse me. Only watched 2 episodes of Shogun. Oh. I will be spoiling stuff. I will be. Maybe I'll try not to, but I'll kind of. I think they will as well. But hold on. Time to watch 2 streams at the same time. I hope this one will be the less confusing one of the 2 then. Yes. My apologies. I was not. Okay, it's not that I wasn't aware. Okay, I wasn't aware, but it's not like I was thinking, like, okay, I didn't think, I was running late because my OBS kept crashing as I was trying to set this up, because it's a little complicated, okay? You'll know what I mean. First off, this page is a little different. Hold on, let me finish reading what everyone has to say before I go on to my spiels. Plenty to do, sadly. Choose to prioritize a VTuber. Please prioritize the things you need to do. I think that would be good for you. Doing things that are important is good. You can put a VTuber to the side while you do them, perhaps. A lot of them. The curse of performance anxiety. A little bit of that. Yes, I'm back. If you stayed for this, the dad would leave now. Fair. That's true. That's true. That is a good assessment of the situation. Better than mine. Okay. I will spoil you. No, I'm not gonna spoil. You know what I mean. Anyways. Alright, so. Welcome everyone. It's been a while since you may have seen this screen. You might remember if you're an old head like Tara is, probably. But I am, or rather, I was going through trying to integrate my settings, which were basically overcomplicated ways of achieving the desired effect that I wanted, and porting it into a system that's different but is a more streamlined way to do it. And so basically it may look as if it's mostly the same, which is good, but that's because I spent a lot of time making sure it looks the same but also wouldn't kill my performance, which it's doing, but that's fine. And would also be easier in the future to maintain. Now this is a screen. This as a screen might look a little different because of the way chat is. I'm trying to figure that out. I haven't figured that out yet, but I figured I'd have to bite the bullet and do this anyways if I wanted to do a stream like this, which I had the idea of 4 hours ago. Let me explain briefly what the premise of this live stream is. This live stream experience. The premise of this live stream experience is that due to not being here and streaming for a few days, especially due to the influx of people that have joined in recently, I thought that I probably should stream more things. despite having to deal with IRL librarian duty. So I thought, okay, well, but there has to be a way to do both, right? And so while I was procrastinating, because I do that most of the time, I came across a video, an interview between it was between Anna Sawai and Tom Hiddleston, and I fell to my knees in Walmart, if that's the hip lingo way to say it for the kids, right? That's what happened to me. And I started watching it, and I think I was 2-3 minutes in, right, until I thought, wait a minute, this is content. In the way that's like, I can make this, this could be something this is something that can be on Kara Sufanor, is what I thought. And so here we are now, a few hours later, many system crashes later, and I'm here now. The idea is this is just lazy React content, but it's packaged in a way that is a bit more fitting for Kara Sufanor. Yes. Oh. Indeed, I thought you could make a religion out of this. But anyways, so this is just, we'll come back to this shortly, but the main premise of this was I just wanted to sort of have an excuse, really, to fanboy about my two somewhat recent hyperfixations, which were the TV shows Loki, especially the second season that come out recently. Well, I say recently, but it was like almost a year ago, but it's recent to me, okay? It's just, time is a little different. And Shogun, which also came out recently. Oh, was it recent? Well, it was recent for me, okay? These things were recent to me, and they're phenomenal. I love these shows so much, but I never really had a chance to talk about them. I think I put Loki into my list of peak in my debut stream, but I didn't really elaborate on it. I just said it was there, and I thought, well, it's good that we can like expand on that lore, right? I thought that would be interesting. And I found a way to package it into this nice little live stream, because this live stream is going to be about both of these shows, and I could just get both of them out of the way. And you know what is the bow that ties all of this together? It's this. This is the bow that ties this entire concept together. Behold. First of all, welcome to the cinema room. This is not the first time we have been in the cinema room. We're in the cinema room, right? Yes, yes. This is not the first time we've been in the cinema room, but this is probably the first time you guys have seen it. And am I sitting next to Obama? Yes, I am. But this is where we do lazy React content. It was what I said the first time I unveiled the cinema room. I ended up not doing much with it. I used it for the first Tears of the Kingdom stream, if you remember. That was from a month ago, where I just sort of made the few of the people that were there at the time watch with me the live orchestral performance of the Tears of the Kingdom soundtrack, which I was enamored with. So, and then I started playing the game, right? I wanted to preface launching the game with that, and I thought that was fun. And I think I found a reason to bring it back, right? This is the cinema room, where we watch things and react to it. Lazy React content, yes. Is that confusing? Any questions? Does that make sense to everyone? The premises today that we're working with? At some point, Librarian will make a stream discussing Eminem or Kendrick, because become the variety React content creator you're meant to be. It's not really a matter of if, actually. You're kind of right. It's not really a matter of if, it's when. I'm just thinking, when do I make a stream about hip hop? I was thinking I could theme it around Miss Ames, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Maybe I could theme it around Miss Ames. I'm like, but I don't want it to just be like reacting to things and saying they're good. I want it to kind of be like a whole package, if it makes sense, right? Like I want it to be sort of the context of where this is coming from, why I wanted to do this stream, certain things I wanted to cover, and then maybe like things I want to highlight and the things I want to kind of analyze or like express my thoughts on. That's the idea. That the idea is there, but how exactly I'll do it, I'm not sure yet. Maybe that will be maybe I'll also do a karaoke stream in the future. It's probably very far in. I've still got a ways to practice, but I can do a karaoke stream. Then maybe that could be it. Maybe it can be like it's everything. Like it's a karaoke stream. There's a bits of karaoke stream. There's reacting. There's analysis. It's like everything. I think the whole package, and then digging through like the Wikipedia page. Would that be interesting? I think I could do something like that. When that happens, can we listen to Not Like Us? I think I will be there. I don't know what justice I can do to it though, because I think most people have already talked about it enough in this sphere. It's such a popular, like, big pop culture phenomena to have happened. I don't think I have much to add to that. I will say I like FD Signifier's take on it. He made a recent video on the whole beef, whatever that is, right? It's like a 3-hour explanation of the context of the whole, like, not the whole, but like a sort of condensed history of hip-hop that has led up to this beef. I thought it was quite interesting, and some of the things in that video were new to me, even though I didn't think that'd be the case. So that I would recommend that that's not the essential readings, but that's the recommended reading, right? It's nice it doesn't smell like roaches or nothing. Yeah, it shouldn't smell like anything. It should smell like your room, if anything. That's how these senses work. It's a free boot for content. SMH, How the Mighty Have Fallen. Indeed, it's over. The glorious days of innovational, meaningful, genuine content from this channel. It's done. It's over. Well, it ended with me doing 2 weeks of Elden Ring, but yeah. Reaction content is nice because it's relatable. I do sit at my computer silently commenting what I watch. Yeah, I do that too much. Except instead of silently, I do it out loud, and I think that freaks some people out. So I've decided that to channel that into something else, which is what I'm doing here, I guess. Review script for hip hop vid. Unrelated question: where can I find Minecraft within the library? The Ames theme, that's for sure. Yep. Love to see a karaoke. Yeah, that's something to think about. That I don't know if it'll be soon, but it's something I might do in the future. But anyways, we're gathered here today. This is an educational experience for you guys, but really it's for me. I just want to watch this interview, and I just thought, well, this could be content too, because they will most likely. I was only 3 minutes in, so I don't know what they'll get at, but they're already kind of touching on things that I feel really passionate about, which is lovely. I think that's like, it's just, I don't know. I'm such a, like, I'm putting my, you can't see it, but my hands are like I'm like I'm hiding my face behind my hands as if it does anything. They're people on a screen that don't know of my existence at all. I don't know why. What is streaming if not self-indulgence and listening to your audio, forcing your audience to listen to your info dub? Exactly, absolutely. That's exactly what this is. Now I could try to, maybe for the next React stream TM, I could put chat in here somewhere, but I'm still figuring that out. The layers are confusing, and I just it's a whole mess. But for now, I just we will enjoy this in the comfort of our theater rooms. And I will say again, one more warning to anyone here. This is probably going to spoil the end of Loki season 2 and the end of Shogun, the TV series, at least the first season, because now that's been confirmed that there have been multiple seasons. There will be multiple seasons going forward. They're going to make like 2 new ones or something. I'm not sure if it's confirmed, but it's in the talks at least. Anyways, I just hope that it ends with me having something to add to it. Don't worry, I don't watch new series. All I do is watch Hannibal on loop. I haven't actually watched Hannibal, but I've consumed so many clips of Hannibal. Not that I've consumed a few clips of the TV show, but I've watched clips of the film Silence of the Lambs, I think. No, I've watched the film too, I think. The one with Anthony Hopkins. That was lovely. But the TV show seemed pretty good as well, so I'm looking to get into that. Anyways, all right, enough stalling, enough. My goodness, it's already been like 20 minutes or 30 minutes since I scheduled this because I was like 10 minutes late. I'm sorry. Binge new season. Yeah, so hopefully this will be good for you guys. I'm trying to open you to new things, and likewise I'm opening myself up to new things as well, so we can explore. You know, don't just stick in one section of the library, right? That doesn't make sense to live. And I understand, but I understand the fear of getting into something new, so it's always good to have someone try to get you into it. Like, that really works for me, at least. Like, word of mouth recommendation is what gets me to watch stuff. Anyways, without further ado, I'm going to react to content. That's what I will do, and I will periodically check in on the comments. That's all I will do. Excuse me, that was my peanut butter sandwich. How do I, hold on, I want to move it so that, no, I can't, that won't work anyways. All right, okay, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Let's begin. Hold on, let me, all right. Quiet in the theater, everyone. Shut off your mobile phones, or maybe not. Maybe don't shut them off because I can't hear your mobile phones, thankfully. But it's good practice to, when you're in the theater, shut off your mobile phone, or when you're watching something, it's good practice to do that because, you know, you want to pay your full attention to what you're watching. And if you're not, if it's not worth paying attention to, I'd understand it on some level. But I think this is one of those things that's worth kind of like really paying attention to, at least for me. Anyways, that's my sphere. Let's begin.
There's a theme in Shogun about freedom.
Is the volume okay?
Right.
Yes, and I also, when watching Loki, realized that we really shared the same themes, where it's free will,
Yeah.
purpose, and sacrifice.
Okay, I think
Right.
this works. Yeah.
Right.
And that's why I was not expecting to,
Okay.
but I was like shedding tears watching the show.
Well, Anna, I just wanted to say, like, it's such a pleasure to sit across from you and have this conversation, truly, because I think your work in Shogun is extraordinary.
It is.
It's really, obviously really deep. And you've created Mariko with such care and diligence and love. And I've found the whole show and your performance extremely affecting.
Thank you so
I
much.
really thought it was wonderful.
私は踏みつけにされる小作人ではござりませぬ。偉大なる武将、明智陳斎の娘にございまする。
Getting that from you is so strange to me because I've been watching your work, and I remember the first time I had seen a lot of your films, but then I watched The Night Manager and I was like,
I need to watch The Night Manager. Okay. How much lore do I give out here? Let me think. I can't just give it out. I can't keep giving it out for free. I can't do that. I have consumed a probably larger than usual amount of interviews of Tom Hiddleston. And one of the things that is always brought up in, at least especially in the more recent ones, is the fact that the Night Manager is spectacular, and everyone, like, obviously everyone knows him as Loki. Everyone knows it's like he's the big Marvel supervillain or whatever. but they don't really know, or rather, people are know him less for his equally incredible role in The Night Manager, and that's only. This is not my opinion. This is just what I'd heard people say. So I need to watch it. That's just thought. Yeah, I need to watch The Night Manager for me to come back and truly appreciate the work he does. And then some of his other films. I'm not so much of a film maniac. Like, I'm very casual. I watch films very casually, and I perhaps try to be a little critical of what I consume, but I don't have a taste yet for this particular medium. But I hope to build that in the coming years. That's what I plan to do. I think now I'm at a stage of life where I should try to do that. But yeah. When I'm in the cinema, I don't shut off my phone. I turn its lights to the max to take selfies, annoying everyone around me. Please don't do that in the cinema. Me with Ryan Reynolds films. Yeah, I also watched the Ryan Reynolds interviews. Not as much, but I've watched a few of them, and I've avoided them like a little recently because I realized I can't watch the new Deadpool movie yet, and I don't want to be spoiled by it, so I just have to like stave off of them. It hurts, and I don't want to get spoiled by anything. But yeah, sorry. This is I need to watch the Night Manager. Yes.
Okay.
Who is he? I need to look up all of his other stuff, and I just thought that you're, I don't know, so versatile, and
He
I
is.
mean, you're one of the best actors that
Thank you.
Just really
Thank
like
you.
sitting down with and talking
Thank
to.
you.
Game
But
recognizes
that's the fun, isn't
game.
it? The fun
It's
is
because they're both
is
so incredible.
I can tell that you feel the same because of the range of your own work. Is you just get to play all the chords and key on the piano.
Mm-hmm.
That actually you have this. The human condition is broad and deep, and you want to play all the notes and express
Yes.
and experience
Yes,
the range of being alive.
absolutely.
Yeah, and you come from theater.
I trained as an actor in the theatre, and then my first. This is going back.
I know your first film.
Really?
It's Joanna Hogg's Unrelated.
That's
or
right,
were you
that's
going
right.
to mention something else?
No, that's right. I left drama school.
Maybe
and
I should
made
watch that too.
Unrelated that summer.
Right.
And I was so. By the way, like 10 out of 10 for the research there. Or how do you know about that
honestly,
film?
like, it's such a good film, and along with Archipelago, I was just like, wow, like, it's so different from what I've experienced. And I wanted to ask you, like, what's the process on that? Like, how much is written on the script, and do you do rehearsals, and is it improv? Like,
Wow. Well, she'd written this brilliant script, and we improvised it. We sort of started at the beginning, so we shot it consequentially.
yeah.
Very unusual. And within about 3 days, she said, I just want, everyone knows the structure of the scene, but let's improvise our way through it, because I think we'll create more, just be more truthful, more honest.
Yeah.
And I had never made a film before. And so I was like, I was so green. I was so unaware, really, of what I was doing. And I think it was a gift, actually, because it was a gift in that knowledge. I think that I know you'll feel of when what you're doing is honest. And the camera's interested in something real. It's not necessarily interested in something prepared.
But it's not, though. It
so
should
you have
be,
to
but
do
it's
your
not.
preparation and then try and put it away and then re-experience it, if that makes sense. Anyway, we've done my beginnings. I was wondering about your beginnings and how you started, how you got into acting. What inspired you?
Well, I wanted to be a singer
Wow.
when I was younger.
Okay.
I did a little musical in Japan when I was probably like
There's a
11,
musical of Anna
12.
Sawai? Oh, okay.
But still, I wanted to sing, and so I ended up being a part of a
Wait,
J-pop
what?
group, which is a Japanese pop group.
Wow.
I need to look this up later.
And while I was
This is information new to me that I need to look up later.
Because the music, the agency I was part of was very focused on music, I knew that that was kind of my way into the industry, but they did kind of need a Japanese actress who could speak English, and I was 16 or 15 around that
Okay.
time, and I played a part in Ninja Assassin, which was
Oh,
directed
yeah.
by James McTeague, and that was my introduction to the acting film
And how did you find it?
I loved it. I was like, this is what I want to do.
Yeah,
I
great.
feel like I could do this for the rest of my life.
And here you are. And you will.
I mean, I don't know, but I did fall in love with it. And so from 16, I wanted to act, but just because they were focused on singing, I couldn't get into it as smoothly as I wanted to.
Right, yeah.
So I had to quit the J-pop group in order to actually start doing this stuff.
Yeah.
And it was back in 2019 that I restarted.
Right.
And I didn't have any rep, but my current manager reached out to me after watching Ninja Assassin.
Okay.
And he was sending me tapes, and I had met some other people in the UK, and I was cast in Fast 9, the Fast and Furious movie. And so that
I've
was...
heard of them.
Yeah, you might know it.
I might know those guys, yeah.
Yeah, so that was
I
kind
don't
of
remember if
amazing.
I've watched Fast 9. I think
And
I
what was
have. I
that
think
like?
I have. But I do not remember what it was.
It was so much
I honestly
fun.
didn't even know
I mean,
Anasawa was.
So I felt very trapped when I was in the J-pop.
I probably, if you asked me, I could probably tell you that yes. If you asked me, was she in a Fast movie? I would say yes, but I wouldn't be able to tell you which one. And I'm going to be honest that this is a flaw in my part as a human being. But if I had to guess, I would have guessed Tokyo Drift. I'm sorry, this is a flaw in me that I need to work on. But if you cornered me and pressured me into an answer, that's probably what I would have guessed, and I would have probably been dead wrong. But yes, he says it is soft whiz for the desire and able to give it. I'm putting my hands up. I'm not. Start the tag on AO3. Please. I've been trying to tell what Smithson is. No. Don't put that on AO3. I knew the stream was a bad idea. But yes, this was definitely a shock on my end. But I think Shogun was really when I came to know Anasawa. I think I'd probably seen her face and heard her name once or twice before that, but she was never in anything I seriously engaged with until this thing, I think.
Okay.
I loved the girls, but I was not in control of my own career.
Right.
So having experienced that and being able to audition for whatever I wanted to audition for.
Play.
Yeah. And the people are like, what do you want to do? I was like, you want to know what I want to do? So it was just so refreshing, and I felt so supported by my team, and to be able to go on set and work with these actors that you were always watching, it was just a dream come true. And
then from F9, Pachinko?
Yes, Pachinko. Well, I have to mention, I did a show called Kirihaji prior to Fast 9, and that was kind of when I was quitting the group.
Right.
Yeah, but Pachinko and then Shogun.
And then Shogun.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow. I mean, it's just that you are saying you only kind of restarted in 2019 is like extraordinary to me, actually.
It was a couple of years
And she's already on this level.
Not that long.
Not too long ago.
Yeah.
I've just been so lucky. But when you're going from a film like that and doing other things that are just so high budget, and it feels like everything is supposed to be perfect.
Yes.
What's that transition like?
Good question. I think it's trying to retain the truthfulness of the moment itself.
Absolutely.
Inside the
He's
precision
spitting. Guys, he's spitting.
What's required. Working in sync, in concert with the whole crew, with the camera, with the action, with the choreography, with other people's requirements, but trying to allow there to be a quality of aliveness and spontaneity, I think, in responding to people and listening.
Yes, it's like it has to. There's the external, the precision and the professionalism that's required to you, is required of you externally, but you have to, that's what makes the best shit, right? It's like there also has to be that playfulness, that as you said, spontaneity, like living, breathing thing inside that shines through all of that. Like, and it has to be both. It can't be one or the other, because if you have no structure and you have no professionalism, it's difficult to work with. And like what you produce could be good, but it would be like difficult to work with a team of people, right? But then it's like, oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. Ah. Okay.
I had a great acting teacher who said, he said two really helpful things. He summed up acting in 5 words, which was being truthful in imaginary circumstances, which I loved. And the second thing he said, which I always remember, is plan it, know it, forget it, do it.
Plan it.
And there's something instinctive and honest about that.
Living in that moment.
Living in the moment. But it's hard, isn't it? Don't you think it's hard to let it go?
Yeah, and especially when you're on set and all these cameras and you're looking at, I don't know, like eye lines and whatnot, I think I'm still trying to figure it all out. Yeah.
I suppose yes, me too, by the way. We all are. It's trying to light a bonfire underneath the imagination so that the imagination is somehow responding to something in that moment. Not like from this morning or the night before, or it's like it's happening now.
It's fresh.
I guess. Does that make sense?
No, it does make sense, but it's hard to do.
Of course. And especially on something like Shogun, where I feel like what you were all required to do was to live inside this form of behavior and this culture of manners, which is very ancient and very classical, and to honor that and to represent that truthfully, but also have these very deep, rich, real lives going on. I certainly, can I just ask you, I love the metaphor of the 8-fold fence.
From the time we are small, it is something we are taught to build within ourselves. An impenetrable wall.
I found it really moving. And the idea of a private self hidden within the many selves that we are, that is only for you. And I wondered how you related to that, because you're being so careful. You have such honor for, it seems, the form of the time, but also your spirit is very alive inside. I wanted to ask you about that and how you connected to that.
Yeah, I think that it's kind of unfortunate that the women back then were so forced into those situations where they really had to like protect themselves. You know, they weren't permitted to speak up and to show exactly how they were feeling, and so that was kind of their escape. And it was easy for me to understand, because the societal expectations, it's very much still alive in Japan. And so knowing, growing up with women who were experiencing that and reflecting on my own experiences, it was just like, okay, I know what this is. And it's beautiful because in the show, we get to see it as something that's a little bit like, it's not as negative as I just explained it. It's more zen, and there's that beauty in it. But yeah, channeling that, I think, was kind of, it just came organically.
What's it been like, the response of...
Before they get to the next question, I will say that it's really interesting, because it's the type of thing that's it's hard not to portray it negatively, because it's kind of when you feel something like that, and like, okay, I'm speaking out of line again. I'm speaking out of line, but from what I know of Japanese and perhaps East Asian culture, of this 8-fold fence idea is really, it's really resonant. And part of why it was so resonant is because you can almost see the remnants of it in modern, like in today's time. It's a little different. It's not like the same. It's obviously not the same, but it's like it's always changing, and it's always taking shape and growing from what it was. But you can still see the remnants of what it was in the past. But them being able to do that, they were able to excellently portray that in the show without sort of without it seeming like they're just taking from the time of now. It's like there's elements of that, but I felt at least to me as though they were drawing very much from, or rather it was the times back then, not just. In other words, it really felt like they shot it at that time and not, in 2019 or 2020, whenever this TV show was shot, 2022, 23, and just like edited it in post-production now and like in contemporary society. Like, it definitely, it feels like it went back. I don't know. I had a poor job. That was a terrible job articulating that just now. I'm so sorry. Sorry if we can't focus on the meaning. Please try. You don't have to, but please try. Please try. Hearing the archaic Japanese and how accurate it was in terms of grammar and vocabulary was very cool. It was very cool. I don't understand it at all. I don't understand any Japanese, but from what I'd heard and from people I knew that did, it was done very, very well, which is so impressive. Especially because of the way it worked in the bilingual manner, with her talking to Sea Dog VA so much. I'm sorry. That's I should know the name of the actor who portrays Blackthorn, but I don't. But the guy. It was done very well.
What's it been like, the response of either Japanese women or Asian women for you, of your performance?
Ooh, I'm trying not to get emotional.
Okay.
Okay. Can we pause? Should we pause?
Whatever you need. Whatever you need.
I shouldn't have said that because now I feel like
No,
I
it's
just
okay.
like
It's
triggered
okay.
this
It's honest.
thing.
It's totally honest.
So the response.
Yeah. So what's it been like, the response of Japanese and Asian women?
Well, we were on the press tour and we were in Washington, D.C., and we showed our first 2 episodes to a Japanese community. And after the screening, multiple young girls came up to me being like, this is the first time I'm seeing like a real Japanese character that I can really relate to. And they were getting emotional as well because I think that it was kind of something that they had internalized of like not being able to speak and they're having to behave and they thought that's the way that they should be. But I think it kind of allowed them to accept that it's okay to feel these struggles and express it. And, in Japan, I think that we do see certain characters like that, but in Western media, it was my first time reading a script that felt like she was not, first of all, sidelined, and we were really seeing that vulnerability, but also the strength within her, and we see her kind of find her voice towards the end. And I feel like if I had seen characters like Mariko on screen growing up, then that would have kind of formed me in a different way. I wouldn't have internalized all those expectations. And so I could tell that the whole story of Shogun, but the female characters in our show had kind of had a different impact on these women.
Wow. What an extraordinary thing to have given them.
I mean...
Yeah, extraordinary.
Yeah.
A gift. Wow. It's almost as if there's a theme in Shogun about freedom.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. And I also, when watching Loki, realized that we really shared the same themes, where it's free will, purpose, and sacrifice.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's why I was not expecting to, but I was like shedding tears watching your show.
Oh, thank you.
Towards like episode 5, whenever your friends are like,
Yes.
Loki's friends are fading away. Episode 6, like the whole thing, it was just, it feels so real. And I think that's so special because something that's this a little bit more light feeling. I think that people go into it for entertainment, but then they really connect with the characters, and so it's really special.
Yes, thank you so much for saying that. That means a lot, truly.
We don't have time. You just disappeared. I know, and I can't keep looking at it because it's horrible.
What? I thought you said it didn't look that bad.
I was lying.
I wanted to ask because Loki.
Before they continue, I will say that there's such it's such an important thing. Like there's a fiction is to me like fictional pop entertainment, but fiction there's a cross section of fiction and there's a cross section of pop entertainment that has a really important job, I think, and that it needs to it bears a responsibility of being the thing that people sit down and turn on when they want to relax and just kind of lay down in a day, where they want to just perhaps forget about the world at that moment. They just want to disengage, they want to relax, they want to line up to whatever it is on their screen. And I think there's a powerful responsibility in there, not only to entertain them, right, to be that comfort show, that whatever, but also to within what it has sketched out for it, also pursue, like, make an artistic pursuit. It doesn't have to be perfect, it doesn't have to be shining, it doesn't have to be like the greatest, like a grand restatement of what is. It just needs to it just needs to go to just push the audience a little beyond what they're typically comfortable with, like, and that is a job exclusive to and only to like pop culture shows, pop culture media, pop culture anything, because that's that's the casual, the mainstream, that's where people consume things to enjoy and relax and to be entertained, and to some extent entertainment isn't invalid. Like, people can seek just purely entertainment out of their entertainment, to not desire more, to not read into every line of like a Marvel show or like a movie or whatever, right? But it's important, I think, within these things to push that line closer and closer so that audiences are more ready for what is more profound, what is more like difficult to swallow. Like, I think that it has such an important job of doing that, and that is such a hard tightrope to walk. I think it's in some ways it's almost easier to just abandon this sort of wide net, this appeal, to just delve straight into, well, that as the philosopher vtuber, that's what philosophy is. Philosophy is, most of historical philosophy is abandoning the wide net and just writing at the pinnacle and the edge of what is what is easy, like what is comfortable and what is easy to swallow, right? It's precisely challenging how comfortable we can feel about these things, and the result of that is it becomes very alienating for people who are not used to it, but there needs to be almost baby steps, like a bridge or a ladder, to get there, and I think pop media has that job. And one of the reasons why I liked Loki so much was I think it really, especially the way the second season wrapped up, was it definitely, it did that. I don't know if it did it. Okay, maybe that's a little beyond my pay grade to say, but I can certainly see the attempt that was made to do that, and I think that's more important than anything. The genuine, earnest attempt. That's so powerful, right? The person behind it, right? The human experience, right? The fact that it's fantasy and there's gods and monsters and magic, but it feels so real, so human. That's the good stuff. Any questions? Any questions? I will say Shogun is great, but for me the plot is too involved and too dramatic for my brain to consider it easy reach entertainment, like we're saying. Yeah, exactly. I think Shogun, I think if I were to compare the two shows, just not in terms of its value, but in terms of like where it lines and how easy it is to digest, I certainly think Loki is much easier to digest than like Shogun is. But they're, again, it's a spectrum, it's a line, it's kind of, it's there. You take a few steps and eventually you arrive at like Pure Land Japanese Buddhist philosophy. But but you know, you have to start somewhere, right? And I think like, you know, you it's made a story distract. Stop calling me out, Teradito. Stop. Trying to make drama accessible yet still deep to affect the cultural reaching. Something like that, yeah, exactly. Brandon, stay on when I watch live random streams. Very weird because you spending my days drinking fish juice section. You don't have to turn on your brain if you don't want to, but I would like to think that I am inviting you to do that. You know, I'm inviting you to engage with something a bit more critically than usual, which is why there's a part of me that's a little okay with not streaming as much as maybe some other VTubers do, because I think hopefully what I tried to do with my streams at least becomes a little heavier. I don't know. Anyways, back to the React content.
Loki in the beginning, he is. I wanted to ask because Loki in the beginning, he is the antagonist.
Yes.
Yes.
And so when you're playing it, that version of him, was it any different, or did you find these things that you have to? You're finding elements in him that you can relate to, and the reasoning why he's acting the way he is. Of
course,
right?
yeah. Wow, great question. I felt very fortunate that when I was first cast, the arc of Loki in the first Thor film was very poignant. And I always saw Loki in that film as a broken soul with a shattered heart, deeply damaged by the facts of his life that he's made aware of, that he was adopted, that he was an orphan, that he was left to die, that he was unwanted. And there is such grief that he experiences in that film, and confusion. And in that grief, he spirals away from those he's attached to, and that grief becomes grievance. And then his grievance actually becomes the engine of what makes him an antagonist, of what makes him a villain in other people's stories.
I like the word engine.
The sadness and the heartbreak and the grief has hardened into anger and resentment and a need for vengeance and a kind of entitlement. Of course, he's controlled and mischievous and playful on the surface, but it's masking all this pain. And what I've loved about this series, the 2 seasons, and they are kind of 2 volumes of a book, the same book, but especially season 2, is tracing my way back to that vulnerable soul and healing that damage, healing the pain. And showing that pain can be transformed into courage and strength, and that there is redemption and catharsis. I found it really moving that he does find a way to rediscover and reinvigorate and redefine his purpose, which he had lost completely and had been denied him. Right. And so coming back to that vulnerability was really important to me.
You quit with the magic and fight fair! Oh, shit.
It's not a fair fight. And that's what it felt like.
That is, okay. Tom is doing a wonderful job discussing and answering the question with Anna, but like that cut-in clip was horrible. That cut-in clip had nothing to do with what he was talking about. What? That was horrible. Variety, please. That was a horrible cut-in clip. He was talking about the importance of vulnerability in a character like Loki, and then they cut into a clip where he's like just like destroying someone in like a street with his magic. Like what? That's not the. There's many scenes they could have picked. They could have They could have had him. They could have had the scene where he was talking to Mobius for the last time or something, like, you know, of the series. Just so vulnerability. It could have been, I don't know. It could have been him talking to Sylvie, and well, or rather, Sylvie almost interrogating him on, like, you know, what he wanted the most, and Loki kind of admitting without realizing that he just wanted, like, that. Okay, out of context, it's a little cheesy, but I promise in the episode it makes sense, right? Like that he didn't realize that at the end of it he just wanted companionship, he just wanted friends, right? That's what he wanted. He didn't actually want to, you know, save the greater good. He just wanted to be happy by himself, like that, like not by himself. He wanted to be happy with people, and like that is like an extraordinary demonstration of his the vulnerability of his character, and growing and healing from that. And then they picked the clip where he's just.
You quit with the magic and fight fair! Oh, shit.
It's not a fair fight. And that's
That has nothing to do with the clip. That's nothing to do with what Tom was talking about. This is horrible. Oh my god, somebody fix this. A stain on an otherwise beautiful interview. Come on, please, somebody fix this. Okay. Maybe one of the things. You got the most oopsie brain chat today. Editor for real, a Marvel fan, absolutely sucks at subtlety and calm contemplation. I can't. Yeah, like it's just. Do you know what you're editing for? Like, this is the. Oh, that's so frustrating. Whatever. Let's move on.
what it felt like on Loki. But I wonder if also for Mariko it's similar too, as the story develops and she's under greater pressure from different sides. She's trying to honor Toranaga and also be honest about her feelings for Blackthorn, but the stakes are higher because Ishido is doing what he's doing, and then eventually in episode 9 you really have to meet the moment. But Mariko is under enormous pressure in that. I mean, it's unforgettable, that scene of you defiantly walking towards the gate and in your presence demanding that they make way for you.
Yeah, I think it is similar in some ways and a little different, because I think women were under the pressure to kind of just conceal. You know, they had that kind of oppression. And so for most of this show, we see her being very quiet and really not internalizing, what is it? Like keeping it all in.
Contained,
yeah. And then at the end of episode 8, we finally see her given permission to use that pressure and act upon it. And in episode 9, I wonder, like, I've never really thought about it as pressure. I kind of thought of it as more like letting go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's because that's kind of what she always wished to do, but wasn't able to.
It's the same thing, yeah.
Because of all the rules and being a woman. And it's, I mean, I go way to the end of episode 9, but in the end, she's able to serve her purpose to the Lord and really reclaim her identity and kind of finish her father's battle, and also just go get what she wants, is what she always wanted to just follow the footsteps of her family. So yes, it is pressure from the Lord to what is it? It is pressure to fulfill her duty. Yeah. But it's also very liberating for her, because she finally gets to do what she's always wanted to achieve.
Yes, and there's catharsis in that.
Yeah.
Even in sacrifice.
Sacrifice. I love that you bring that up.
Yeah.
Gosh. Yeah, because she knows that, you know, death can death can lead to a greater cause. And sacrifice for Loki, you know, all he wanted was to be with his friends. That was kind of what he was looking for. And still, he chooses to be alone for everyone else so that they can keep living in the multiverse.
Yeah, it's he gives his life for the lives of others.
That last shot of you,
Mm.
well, first, the final line that you have, which is, I know what I want. Do you want to finish?
Yes, I can. By the way, I well remembered. What does he say? I know what I want.
Yeah.
You know what
I
kind
know
of
what
God?
kind
Yeah.
of God I need to be for you, for all of us. Yeah.
So beautiful.
Thank you.
Who thought of that line?
Well, of course, Loki has been running and rerunning and rerunning and rerunning the same scene over and over again, hoping to and changing tiny things every time, trying to perfect, to get it right, to get the resolution that he wants. And his final, it's actually Sylvie who gives him the idea. Well, it's a mixture of Mobius and Sylvie. Mobius is the one who refashions his famous quotation back to him. He says, sometimes purpose is more burden than glory, you know, which is a riff on that iconic line, I'm burdened with glorious purpose. And then Sylvie gives him the idea that sometimes it's okay to destroy things if you can build something better in its place. And Loki thinks, I'm going to have to take the place of this mechanism which keeps people's lives together. And I just put myself in the emotional place of what would that be like to understand that the only way your friends could live would be to give your own life and sit in that reality and go back into that set and be surrounded by my friends. And then I think Loki walks down the stairs into a decompression chamber and he's followed by Sylvie and Mobius. And our directors, brilliant directors for episodes 1, 4, 5, and 6, Justin Benson and Erin Moorhead. There was quite a big setup. It was a really elaborate set. And they found me on the set and said, look, I think we've got probably about half an hour, 40 minutes until we're on you. What do you think you might want to say? And I said,
So it wasn't in the script?
well, there was something there, but I can't remember exactly what it was. And I went for a run, which is sometimes a sort of way of getting into a way of accessing something much more instinctive in myself around the set, the sound stage. We were filming at Pinewood Studios in West London. And it was a beautiful morning, and I was running around the lot in my costume, just trying to go deeper into my experience of this was the last thing Loki was going to say. And I remembered that at the end of Thor, the last thing he says, looking into the eyes of Odin and Thor, is, I could have done it, Father. I could have done it for you, for all of us.
For all of us.
I could have done it, Father! I could have done it! For you! For all of us!
And it's full of need and desperation and yearning for acceptance and misguided intention. It's full of his own broken heart. And I thought to myself, I wonder if I should say that again and bring it back, but it has a completely
Recontextualize it,
different
yes.
meaning,
Oh,
which is full of love.
I've heard
And
this bit before, but I just
and
love hearing it again.
selflessness
Like him explaining how they came to
generosity.
the last line.
And I thought, and I ran back in, I got very excited. I ran back into the stage and I found Justin and Erin and our producer Kevin Wright, and I said, here's what I think it should be. I know what I want. I know what kind of God I need to be for you, for all of us. And it's stepping into something it's very similar to what Mariko goes through, actually. It's a moment of...
It's okay. I want to pause you to see something that it's funny because they're very talented actors and they're very intelligent. Both are incredible at what they do and very passionate at what they do as well. But frankly speaking, it's very difficult to draw a through line beyond the kind of some of the themes that run through the show of Loki and the show of Shogun. Not just because they're in like different genres or whatever, but also because they're so like they're so not generic shows that it's like it's very specific things that happen in them that like in order for them to like relate to each other, it's almost like a little awkward. They have to try to like bounce back and forth. It's kind of like what Mariko goes through, you know. You can notice like Hiddleston does that, and Anna goes like, it's just like in Loki when they did this, and it's like they're obviously trying to pass the ball around for each other because that's the nature of the interview or the conversation, whatever they're doing. I think in order for it to have been better, because I think the reason why they had to do that is likely because there was a limited sort of window they were allowed to talk on camera. And they didn't want to overstep that window. They wanted to just, you know, be very concise with what they had to say. So they had to keep like almost clumsily throwing the ball around throughout this conversation. But I just wish they had like 3-4 hours to just sit and focus on one thing and then get to the other thing. Because right now they're just kind of playing this game of ball with each other, which works too. Like they get their points across. It's definitely not like bad, but you can kind of tell that they're trying really hard to throw the ball to each other. Like it's not coming naturally. They have to throw it, right? But both are excellent at catching the ball, so it works out really well. But like I feel, other than that, I guess I'm really enjoying this interview. I don't know. I think it's not terrible, but it does feel like there's very much it's kind of like your thing when they're talking about their thing for a while, whereas I wish they would just stick on their thing and just let the conversation more naturally branch into the other thing. I don't know.
Release and the clarity of defining your own identity in sacrifice. That actually in his last moment he gets agency. He gets to decide what his life has represented up until this point. And his final utterance is one of profound love and generosity. And that the journey of 1,000 miles has led us here. It was very satisfying and moving for me too, because it's been such a long journey. It's been 15 years of my life. It could not be, I just felt very moved by it. Right. And Justin, Aaron, Kevin, Owen Wilson, Sophia Di Martino were so kind in their responses to me. They were so aware, they were so there with me.
Right.
Those moments are magic on set, aren't they?
Were they actually present looking at you?
They were.
Oh.
Yeah. There I was able to look at them and say those words and feel it, make it real. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And what was it like working with, because there's some really amazing, great actors in Shogun as well. Hiroyuki Sanada and...
Cosmo Jarvis.
Yes, Cosmo Jarvis.
Cosmo Jarvis, yeah.
Who I know he played...
Oh my God!
Yeah, he played Hogan in Thor.
Other.
Yeah, so it's lovely to see him again. I love that man. But I've been such a fan of, I hope I'm saying his name right, Hiroyuki Sanada.
Yeah, Sanada is
a magnificent actor. And he was a producer on this as well, I think.
Yes, I think that him being a part of it really was important to the Japanese people, because then they knew that they were in the right hands, and that he was going to bring crew from Japan that he had already worked with in Japan doing jidaigeki. So
come on, couldn't the subtitles explain that or translate that, whatever?
I was very excited and also very nervous because it was my first period piece and he's so experienced and I knew that I had to really work closely with him. But he's the nicest soul. He's so generous. He's always there. He's trying to make jokes so that everyone's
having
keep
a good time.
energy.
I have
I can't find enough good words to express my experience with him. I feel like he'll always be the person that I'll reach out to if I have an issue. Like he's so giving.
Yes.
And I think it was his first time to produce anything, but he was having such a good time on set. And whenever we talk about Shogun, people ask us, did you have fun? I'll be honest, like it wasn't fun. It wasn't like we were like laughing and, you know?
The
But
material isn't quite.
yeah, it's so heavy that I was kind of in character, I think, for most of it. But Hiro's always explaining how much he enjoyed it and how much fun it was for him. So I think that
It's very wise of him to know that when you're going deep into heavy material, to keep it light, to keep it playful. I think that's very wise. That strikes a chord with me too. Does that make sense?
it makes sense. But I feel like because Shogun was my first very heavy role, I was like going deeper and deeper. And I was so exhausted. But yeah.
And it was long, wasn't it? It was 10 months.
It was 10 months. How long was Loki?
Loki was 5 or 6 months of principal photography. And it had its own, in development it was longer. I was really honored to be a producer on it as well, a bit like Hiroyuki Sanada. So I was sort of, you know, you're building the plane as you're coming up to the runway. But there was a momentum to it, which I remember very clearly. I remember we finished episode 1 and 2, and it felt like I was already like, I thought I'd run my laps around the track. I thought I'd run my race, and I went, hang on, there's 4 more episodes to go.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
But when you're doing something like Loki, do you already know how and because you're a producer, do you know how the ending's going to be for your character in season 1, or did you go on to season 2 and then start to think about how
That's
you
such an
wanted to
interesting
end
question.
the story?
Yeah. The thing that excited me the most in season 1, I knew immediately from that first episode of season 1 that we were going to completely break Loki down. And he was going to experience a kind of existential crisis.
Easily my favorite part of the show. Okay, maybe not easily. I liked a lot of it, but that was one of my early favorites for sure. I loved Loki just going through an existential crisis. It was wonderful.
And feel very alone and very destabilized and open and raw. And I thought, what an extraordinary new starting point for his journey. And all I wanted actually when we started season 2 or started thinking about it was to bring it full circle, was to find a way of healing that broken soul, of making a second chance worth it.
Right.
That confrontation with all of his mistakes, and he's made so many, like any human being would confront you with the possibility of change. You'd have to change the tune. You'd have to change the record, wouldn't you? If someone showed you a catalogue of all of your missteps and failures, you go, okay, if I get another go, I'm going to do it differently this time. And so season 2 was about bringing it full circle and actually going back through my journey with him. And, you know, I don't want to sound like lofty and poetic, but there was this line from a T.S. Eliot poem, The Four Quartets, that I
It is a
gave
bit
to the
lofty, but
writer,
I like
which
it.
was, that the end of the last quartet goes something like, "We shall not cease from exploration, and the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time." And that became Loki taking his place on the chair at the end of time, at the throne he always wanted, but in a shape he would never have recognized or never have understood, with a purpose that was reinvigorated and redefined. It was arrive at where we started and know the place for the first time, to go back, to bring it kind of full circle. So that was the thing I cared most about.
Right. That's beautiful.
Yeah. So 10 months in Vancouver.
Yes.
A very deep exploration of a very deep soul. When the time comes, how did you say goodbye to Mariko?
I didn't have time to say goodbye.
You didn't say
I
okay.
really did not have time to say goodbye. So I wrapped. I went back to my apartment in Vancouver.
Yeah.
Slept 8 hours, woke up, and went to my next job.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Which was Monarch.
Monarch.
Which we also, there's a little bit of shared
Yes.
territory there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Healing and-
I feel like you've worked more with the other kaiju than the one I worked with.
Yes.
Yes.
But we maybe, I don't know.
You maybe ever know. Who knows? Never know. Okay. How exciting. But yeah, Monarch. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Complex organization.
Yeah, I remember just walking onto the set and having my hime bangs, the Mariko haircut.
Right.
Yeah, and we were trying to cheat it so that they couldn't see it, but I really didn't have time to like do anything to really say goodbye. So I think just going into that new character helped me just kind of leave her.
Yeah.
I had to
So we
force it.
literally flew from Vancouver to.
Oh, I was waking up in Vancouver, shooting in Vancouver.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So did you have a day?
No.
Not a
I
single day?
I mean it when I say I
my
slept and then I went to
Wow.
the next thing.
That actually blows my mind.
I don't
This
know
is
if
why
I
they
would
have
do it
strikes.
again.
This is why there are strikes. maybe it makes sense.
But I mean,
Did you get to the weekend and then be like, wait, who am I? What's my name?
I think it was happening when I woke up. I was like, okay, I guess I'm Kate now.
Right. Yeah.
You know, so.
And did Kate feel radically different? Did it feel like
Oh yeah.
a vacation?
Everything's, like you're wearing normal clothes, you're
Yeah.
walking normally, you don't have to study how to hold a cup.
No.
We had to do everything on Shogun, so that was kind
By
of.
the way, I can see the detail. It's really moving to see the detail.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
we
incredible.
did work hard on that.
You can see it everywhere.
To just learn everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's how I said goodbye to Mariko. It's just getting in.
I do want to say that what's more incredible is that it's hard to see the detail because there's so much of it. It's easy to see certain things. It's easy to see certain details that they put in. Like, the mannerisms, the way they learn to hold a cup, etc., etc. But also, like, what's harder is to see all the detail because it's so overwhelming on a first watch, especially how much care they've put into every moment, every shot of Shogun, that it's just extraordinary. It's extraordinary.
Into another character. And for you, I mean, you played Loki for 14, 15
Yeah.
minutes. How do you say goodbye?
You can't really. There's a sense, I remember very clearly when we finished. And I just remember, I think, just looking around going, did we do it? Are we done? That's it? We're done. Nothing left. Are you sure we didn't need to pick anything up?
We still wanted to.
Yeah, like we're all here. We've got 5 more minutes. But then that feeling of, I just felt this wash of relief because it had been a very meaningful experience. It had been a very committed shoot from everybody, and that sense of the exhale that it's done. It's in there somewhere.
Yeah.
We've got to edit it and organize it and collect it and give it shape, but there's feeling in there somewhere.
Like you gave it everything.
Yeah, and you kind of just feel light. And we actually finished, it was like 2 or 3 in the morning, and I went around and said goodbye to the crew, and by the time I left, I got in my car and drove away, it was getting light. And it was amazing to drive into the sunrise with it all in the rear view and just like,
That itself is a movie.
It's like, what is it? It's like, that'll do, pig. Just that'll do. You left it all on the field. No more miles left to run.
Do you feel like you still carry a little bit of him?
Always. Yeah. Completely.
Mm.
Yeah.
In Japanese, you would say "otsukaresama deshita," which you say at the end of work. It's like, thank you for your hard work. So,
Thank you. How do I say that?
"otsukaresama deshita."
Otsukaresama deshita. lovely. I'm going to take that with me. Thank you.
Thank you. It was
So nice. お疲れ様でした.
お疲れ様でした。
It felt a little... Okay. It's over, no. No, it's over. I was so wrapped in it. Sorry, I'm back to looking at the comments now. Any questions? It's a weird format. They either praise the guest or praise the product. Rarely feels like there's a deeper thing to get, though this one being a great actor and new, a great actor from different cultures, discussing experiences is indeed a good place to learn. Bit of an alien POV. The art in the era of technical reproductivity. Details becomes an issue for longer running things. So much for so long overload. Good writing should reinforce it. Yeah, for sure. I do think that it's this sort of detail is really hard for things that go on for very long, which is why I don't tend to watch those things like that are really long running shows or sitcoms or whatever. Among other things, because it's I tend to gravitate towards projects that are more in line. Hold on, sorry. Well, okay, hold on. Now that we're done with the React content, we're finished reacting to things. Let me go back here then. Let me go back to here and let me do this. Okay. I will say that like the details and sort of this trajectory for what's ahead and what needs to be achieved, it's so important to be at the beginning of something that that is so lacking in a lot of media out there that I think is a shame. I think I tend to gravitate. I'm not confident enough to say that's the best kind of thing, but I do tend to gravitate towards those that where the ending is planned from the beginning, and sort of like just at the beginning of the process of this creative endeavor, there's an understanding of where this will end, where this will go, and what steps are needed to get there. And the actual process of production is more just like ironing it out rather than actually building on the tracks. Like I know Tom in the interview says kind of like, you know, being the producer process is kind of like they're assembling the plane as they're leaving the runway. But like I will say that it's not quite like that, at least in a writing perspective. Maybe in everything else, that is the job of fleshing it out, right? But I will say the writing kind of has to be thought of from the beginning for it to kind of wrap up in that way very well. Hold on, let me just put this up. Okay, yeah. That was all I wanted to watch. That was the first half. That's the first half. That was all I wanted to react to, my wonderful React content, which took an hour and 20 minutes to get through, but we did. Okay. I love that. That was a great interview. I like these types of interviews they do. I think Variety does them where it's this two actors talking to each other. Rather than like, you know, just actor comes on, has to promote a product, and then they leave, and then you know, like it's always I like the conversation directions. I wish it was longer. I wish they had more time to do them. I really enjoyed what was it? There was another I think it was also Variety where they just had where they have the whole two actors talk to each other thing. But the actors on actors thing is all, or like someone in the team talking to another person. Sorry, no. Someone in the industry talking to another person in the industry. Does that make sense? Like where it's much easier than just the journalist questions a lot of times, because journalist questions are tiresome, and frankly speaking, most people don't ask good questions, and it's much easier to ask good questions if you're part of that, if you can relate to that thing in some way. So I'm really happy that they did this. I'm surprised at the crossover, Loki and Shogun, because they were two of my recent obsessions, yes. But also, and yes, they share some themes that are similar, you know, like notably the idea of sacrifice, the idea of the themes of purpose and of freedom and like the catharsis that comes with that, like freedom and sacrifice. And it's just, I don't know. I really didn't think an interview slash video like this would come out. So I just wanted to watch that here. I'm indulging in it, but also I think there's something worthwhile in there to indulge in, right? How do you know a story had a beginning, middle, and end since the start? Taste stuff, I say it like it too, but I might have been tricked by good writing. I think I don't think you need to know. That's just what I tend to gravitate towards, is stuff that's written with an ending in mind since the beginning. But that's not like a hard condition, right? It's not necessarily the case. I'm not going to turn it off just because it doesn't have that sort of that vision from the beginning. That doesn't happen. I'm a lot more accepting than that. But I find that, and through my experience, the things I tend to watch in interviews later are the things I tend to enjoy a lot, and really just be so obsessed with, are the ones that have this sort of given this foresight into the future, if you will. At least in like interviews with the writers, with the authors, the whatevers, which I guess informs me of what I look for in my media, right? Which is also a good way to see what I might have to branch out towards. But you know, I don't know. Put a timestamp on this software. No. No. Anyways, there's a little bit of yapping I want to do for Loki and Shogun, which I know is an unusual time. So thank you, few of you who are joining me today here. But there are some things I want to just talk about that I didn't have much of a chance to before this, that I could just kind of keep in this live stream. I might as well, right? Since that's the whole conversation for today's stream. Where do I begin? I think I'll begin with sort of comparing the two shows, I would say, and like a recommendation for whether or not you should watch it. Obviously, if you couldn't tell by now, yes, you should watch it. If you're asking me, yes, you should drop everything you're doing and watch these two shows. They're incredible, they're phenomenal, they're fantastic. I love them so much. I'm clinging on to them rabidly. I will say, if you have watched neither of these shows, perhaps it would be more accessible to come into the Loki series, season 1 and 2. Do you have to is there any prerequisite readings for this? I would say probably Avengers Endgame, if you haven't watched yet, which is strange, right? If you haven't watched Avengers Endgame, I don't know why you would be interested in a spin-off show that branches off from a plot point of the movie, right? But and deals with like some of the themes about like space and time. Or not deals with those themes. These are it takes place in that kind of playground. Do you know what I mean? These walls. So if you haven't watched Avengers, then I don't know why you would want to watch Loki. So it would be a little difficult because Loki, the show, focuses heavily on Loki the character. Also, there's a great, wonderful supporting cast, but there's also the Loki. The significance of Loki the character is played to perfection, I think. So maybe consider not watching it if you haven't watched Avengers, or like anything that the character Loki has been in prior in these IPs and films. But you really just have to watch Avengers, the first Avengers, and then Avengers Endgame. That's all you need, because I guess I'll spoil Avengers Endgame here. I may as well. It's been years. At some point in the film Avengers Endgame, the characters Tony, Is it Tony Stark? No. They travel through time to get the Infinity Stones, right? And one of them accidentally passes off the Space Stone. Sorry, while they're trying to retrieve the Space Stone from what is effectively the timeline of the 2012 Avengers film, the first Avengers film. When they get there, one of them accidentally slips and gives and like loses the Space Stone, and it just lands at Loki's feet. This Loki is the one that's being arrested, right? Not the one in Infinity War that horrifically sacrifices himself. Again, theme of sacrifice, right? In the beginning of Infinity War. Not that Loki. This is a different Loki that went through less of those character moments, that character development. So he takes the Space Stone and goes away, and that's the premise of the season of Loki. And Loki's about it's a sort of, you can think of it as a buddy cop dynamic that he shares with Mobius, who's played by Owen Wilson. And they travel through time to try to, through timelines as time police, to try to uncover this big mystery of this mysterious killer who's going around timelines attacking time police. That's the premise of the show, right? So I wouldn't even say if you were interested in the Loki character, because it's so good that, like, I think if you watched Avengers and you watched Avengers Endgame and you didn't completely hate it, you should give it a try. You should watch the show, right? It's wonderful. It's extraordinary. It's beautiful. I won't say it's perfect. I will say that there are definitely some things I think were issues that, at least on rewatches, are a bit more noticeable, such as like the pacing being a little strange towards the middle of both season 1 and the middle of season 2. That might be a little like jarring personally, and like the romantic angle they tried with Sylvie in the middle of season 1, I thought was a little rushed and a little like it definitely could have worked, but they needed more time to do it, right? But I think it worked out. I actually thought it with, in hindsight, in the advent of season 2, it made sense, the romantic angle, and the way it portrayed these very vulnerable people who are, you share moments with each other. I thought that worked out. I thought that was good. I thought it worked out, but maybe in season 1 you would like find it a little off-putting. I don't know. Anyways, I don't know why I'm introducing the show that I just watched the interview for the finale of, but sorry, let me collect my thoughts. Yes, watch Loki if you are interested in a more kind of light-hearted, casual, fun experience. And then there's Shogun. Shogun is, I think, definitely a heavier show. If I were to comment on its quality objectively as a whole and the entire project, it's honestly probably a higher quality show too. But I don't love one more than the other. I love both of these shows so much. So I will say that but I will say that it's heavier. Is there any prerequisite readings for Shogun? No. Not at all. You kind of just watch it, I guess. There's no prerequisite necessary. Don't worry about it. You don't really, like, it's based on a novel by James Clavell, I believe is the name. I believe he wrote the novel a few decades ago. And it's an adaptation of it. And there's no prerequisite. You don't have to read the novel to enjoy the show at all. It's just based on this. And the novel is based on real events, historical events that happened in back. When was this period in Japan? I don't remember. It was either was it the Edo period? It might have been, or someone else correct me. But it was this is the stream I'm supposed to talk about the shows and I don't remember anything I'm supposed to talk about. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Anyways, details are not important. The details, they are, but Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay. I I lost my train of thought. What was I gonna say? Okay. Should I like categorize it? No, I think this flows better if I don't try to talk about them separately, if I talk to them together. I think that's the overall vibe of this stream. Anyways. One of the things I think is good to talk about between both of the shows, not just one or the other, is this theme of this running through line between both of them, that of sacrifice, of purpose, of freedom, right, as they've mentioned, finality in a way, in sort of coming to terms with one's purpose, I guess, which is like it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot. And they do, obviously both of the shows do it in different ways, but I find it remarkable and incredible the way both of them do it. I will say that the finale and the ending of Loki as the show, of course, and the character, right? Because it's kind of like the last we'll see of him, pretty much, probably. We'll probably see more of him, but not in the same way, right? Not in the same way, certainly. The ending line that Tom kind of comes up with, I know what kind of God I have to be for you, for all of us. It's so powerful, it's so poignant. I love it. But more importantly than that, I think that sense of sacrifice for Loki as a character was a very welcome direction, because at this point we've seen 15 years of him. We've seen him in multiple films. He's had like 2 or 3 deaths at this point. It's not really like him dying is just the course of life. It is what it is, right? And I will say that some of the ways that's been handled in some of the films is like not, it's very like, oh, he died, and it's like, oh, it's really sad, and then he comes back and you're like, oh, well, I guess that emotional attachment doesn't mean as much anymore, which I completely get. But I also want to kind of defend as that's kind of part of his character, is the trickster god Loki. Like, I think that's fair to say that he could have never really gone away if he died. And that's also why I think part of the sacrifice, the finality of season 2 feels so powerful of Loki, is because he doesn't, like, it's not just, and I hope it's not weird to say, it's not just the death. A lot of times characters in media, when they are killed off, right? That's how authors and writers, that's how they write them out of the show. That's how they conclude the character. That's how they move on, and that's how they do something else with another character, whatever. And that's like fine, because humans die, people die. You will die as well. You will die one day, hopefully not soon, but one day you will die. One day I will die. That's just how it is, right? That's just how it is. That's just how it is, right? But sorry. And there's something of obviously extraordinarily human. There's something to the human experience about death and making peace with it. But I always found it not interesting, but I've always wondered how to explore finality in characters without death, without this the mortality, the aspect of mortality in it. And I think exploring that through the character of a god, through the character that is, the god of mischief, Loki, son of Odin, whatever, right? Was a brilliant move. That is one of the few things that can only be done in fiction. Like, this exploration couldn't be done with a character in a non-fantasy, non-sci-fi, whatever, like fictional context. You know what I mean? Like a supra, like a transcendental being, one that is not human, one that is not mortal, whatever, but has human mortal traits and qualities, because we are humans and we write this stuff. So exploring it, the idea of finality with Loki was interesting, and the way they ended it was incredible, because Loki couldn't have gone away through death. To me, it was always part of his character to come back through death, and so to put a pin on his character required something else, to me at least, that would really emotionally resonate with me. And I think that was what the ending was him standing at the end of time, sitting at his throne, being burdened with his purpose, which is not that glorious, because no one knows that, no one in the story except his few friends, right, know that this is what he's doing for them, but he has to do it because he's compelled to by his newfound sense of purpose, which is just, oh, it's so good. It's I think it's the profundity of it is something I think that's a little that's missing in some discussions, or maybe I'm just not well read enough and this is just something that's happened in many stories already, and it's like actually a trope that I'm just not aware of because I'm a stupid consumer who watches Marvel movies, right? Marvel films, right? Marvel movies, right? That maybe that's the case. Maybe that's the case. But I will say, in my limited form in my limited existence, nothing is hit quite like that, you know? I like to phrase death as point and end to literally the last dot in the story. And a lot of you're right, like a lot of stories do that because it's kind of, that's in our, you know, existential experience of the world, that's the end of everything, right? Is when we die. When we die is that's it. Obviously, you know, things will continue after us, sure, but to us, we die, and in our death, we don't it's gone, unless you're religious and you know, whatever. That's besides the point. The point is, the finality was a breath of fresh air and very profound to me, and one that was, although completely inhuman, because the nature of that finality could not have been human in the mortal sense. Although it was completely inhuman, it felt so, it resonated with my human soul. Like it was something that I just I definitely shed a tear, but it was more than that. It was more than just the emotion of it. It was how it sat with me and how it moved me and how it how going forward in my life I will think about that. And it's just really powerful to me. I love that. And it's a finality that is so poignant to me. I think you can make a story with mortals and have character arcs transcend death as the world moves on and how the world is impacted from their actions and growth. Oh, for sure, certainly. Absolutely, yeah. And in that case, that's why, like, when a character dies, it's not like the story ends, right? Like, there's rarely an instance where, okay, not rarely, how shall I say it? It's more common that characters' fates end in death rather than the fate of the story, because the story always is almost like it transcends the human experience in a way, like the storytelling. There's a lot of times where it peeks into the human, but then it gets out of it because it's an experience that's like it tells the world around you, right? There's obviously stories told just from one perspective, and that can be very masterful as well. But a lot of times stories don't necessarily constrain themselves to that, right? Certainly that could happen, yeah. So sadly watching Marvel automatic removes. Look, evidently I haven't let that bother me, so oh. But I will say, like, it's certainly something, it's more of an exception to me. And I guess in Marvel in particular, Loki is more of an exception than a norm. Like, it is exceptional, truly. It's one of the greatest things they've done. And it's so good that I'm hesitant to say it's even, oh, it's the new Marvel thing, or it's like, oh, it's a good Marvel thing. I think that's a disservice to what they do with the show. Like, it's incredible. And the character, like, it's I don't know. I think I just related a lot to that fate. That was something that was not just the full stop death, the sacrifice in that way. Like, it was almost as if, and this is something I don't remember when, and I don't remember who said this. I read it somewhere maybe. But I'd always strived myself, right? I always strived not to find, when people find purpose, right, they want to find something in their life to give them purpose. And a lot of times it's like, when you think of sacrifice, you think that people want to look for something. They want to find something to die for. You know, they want a cause to die for. They want a person that they would die for, a movement that they would sacrifice their life for. You know, various many things, and that's powerful. Yes. Excuse me, as I want to sort of hydrate myself before I continue this thought. But I think it's more profound to find something to live for instead. I think it's more difficult. I think it's more weirdly, it's not an argument I'm trying to make, it's just an inclination and an intuition I have. It's more heroic to find something to live for than it is to find something to die for. Because the death is not easy, obviously, like self-sacrifice in that sense is not easy, of course. But, you know, if done not well enough, you know, if not thought about and as hard, it almost kind of gives people the wrong idea that they might just throw their life away at the first sign of meaning, which is a little strange, right? But that does happen. And I think what's more important to me with purpose is to find something to live for. It's not always possible, and it is in a sense a position of privilege. This leads very well into me talking about Mariko in Shogun, who didn't have the privilege of, you know, being able to live for her purpose. She had to die for it. But like, you know, like if you can live for something, I think that's to me where it's at. That's what it is, right? Because it only takes a moment to die for a purpose, to die for what you believe in, but it takes a lifetime to live for it. And I think you can do a lot more good oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes. You can do a lot more good by living for something than by dying for it. In some cases, it's not the case, yes. Martyrs and sacrifices, that they exist, and it's never black and white, of course. It's never one or the other. But, yes, finding something to live for, to me, is an aspect of purpose that is not talked about as much as I want it to in media discourse. And Loki, I think, signifies a good turn, or a good subversion of that norm to me. Because, you know, Loki finds something to live for, an eternal pain, perhaps eternal. He's imprisoned himself from, he just, you know, episodes ago admitted deep within himself that all he's ever wanted was companionship, with the friends he had, with the people around him that finally gave him a sense of belonging, a sense of, you know, that purpose that he was looking for so long. He found it. He finally found it in the TV. He finally did. And in order to preserve that, he has to let it go. Not in a way of death, but in a different way, in a way of, like, eternally living alone. Like, he can't be liberated from his solitude through death or what have you. He has to live eternally with it. That's so powerful. That's just so, it's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. And it's the type of thing you can only get in, like, you know, really an out there fantasy fiction, like sci-fi fiction. You know, that's about gods and aliens and monsters and all this, because at the end of it, it's not about the laser beams, it's not about the guns or whatever. It is about what is so alien but is so human. That's what it's about, right? It's that push and pull. And I think Loki's finality, for me, is the pinnacle of that for now. I've yet to see anything quite like it. It's truly, I can't stress enough how much I adore it. God, sorry. Well, this is my yap stream. I don't have to apologize. This is my yap stream, and I'll choose to yap about the end of Loki season 2 for as long as I want to. This is my stream. Sounds Kiki Guardian, maybe a little bit. See any purpose that is beyond life to life. I think it's beautiful. It is, yeah. Anthem ends with let's life crowned in glory, and then 3, or let's swear to die with glory. It is indeed a common idea. But yeah, I guess from that I can transition to the way I think it was also done beautifully and masterfully in Mariko as well. Shogun, I don't know how much context I perhaps need to give for this. Mariko's a character she's the heart of the show. Like, this character is the heart of the show. Like a lot of people said, I think I completely agree with that take. She is the heart of it. She is the most important core. Obviously, every piece to this puzzle, to this, is irreplaceable and truly like masterful. Like, it's a craft. It's truly it's masterful. But the beating heart of it was Mariko. And what's interesting is, like, she is also the beating heart of the events of the story. Like, she is a very important, although often overlooked in the context of the story, right, character who plays this pivotal role in Toranaga's like vie for shogunate, for power, right? And throughout this, she wrestles with being imprisoned and having no, freedom and being told what to do, and like living in this sort of eightfold fence that's been enforced in her society and the way she had to live. And what was so powerful and so liberating in her death and not in her life was that, like, this very thing that has this pressure, this atmospheric pressure that she felt, this character felt, that has molded her into this cold, calculating, unfeeling, maybe not unfeeling, but like this very Mariko explodes in a way that is beautiful, but also in a way that is contained within the larger purpose of her existence, right? The purpose given to her, or the purpose perhaps guided to her by Toranaga, in that she wrestles so much, so often in the show, with the idea of death. She wants to die. Like, she mentions so many times how she wants to die. She wants to kill herself. She hates existing. And it's like extraordinarily painful what she goes throughout the whole show. And that liberation of finally being allowed to kill herself for her to achieve her purposes is a way that is like unlike any other. It is unlike, it's dramatic, it's beautiful, but in a way that's, entertaining for TV popcorn, right? But it's also so like soulful. It's so liberating. It's so powerful. It's so empowering, perhaps, is the word I would use. And so it's an entirely different, yet just as poignant finality to her character that plays on like that wraps up everything that this character wanted to achieve. Like, I think by all means, like, if you look at it from an outside like on a first glance, both the fates of Loki and of Mariko are sad, right? They're sad in the sense that, like, it's it's a sense of sacrifice. They don't get a happy ending where they run off to the sunset with their loved ones and whatnot, right? That's not like what happens. This is spoiler talk, yes, because this is the stream where I talk about it, right? So I have to spoil it inevitably. But that's what makes it so powerful. In that, or rather, that's what makes it so powerful for me, is like it may not have been a happy ending on the surface, but both have been they achieve this liberation, this catharsis, this freedom in some sense or another. Well, freedom for Mariko and perhaps confined purpose for Loki, which is very swapped around, right? Loki is is free to do whatever he wants, and he realizes he's bound, but he realizes at the end his purpose is bound to this imprisonment, whereas Mariko is the sort of the other way around, and like she can finally liberate herself from this imprisonment and whatnot. I'm getting a little sidetracked, but sorry, what was I saying? They both got what they wanted, and they both, for their characters, got the best ending possible. Like, this to me was not at all tragic. Maybe tragic in the sense that, you know, could these characters who we've grown attached to and sympathize with over, you know, the course of the story, could they have lived in an alternate universe on, you know, could they have an AO3 fic where they had a happier life, you know, that a different timeline and a different sort of existence of the same person, they could have lived a better life? Sure, yes, but maybe that's the tragedy, right? Is that they are who they are. But in terms of, you know, their endings, what they got to achieve with it, as a remarkable choice too on their parts. These are choices they make as characters, very existential ones and very powerful ones. In that aspect, they got everything they wanted. They got exactly the tie into everything that they knew, that they fulfilled their purpose in the most beautiful way possible, at least to me. And I love that so much for my stories, I guess, because to me, the stories I enjoy are not, it's not about like the ones I particularly really enjoy are ones where it's not that they have to have a happy ending or like or whatever, but the ending has to be good in that, like, it has to be satisfying for the audience, in that, like, the purposes of the characters, I really enjoy when the purposes of the characters are fulfilled, and it's all just like it comes together in a beautiful way. It doesn't have to be happy or sad necessarily. It just has to be beautiful. I'm a sucker for beautiful endings. Yes, that's I guess the way I would word it. And endings don't have to be beautiful for them to be good. Like, there can be very ugly endings that are good as well, that are just painful, that are just like gut wrenching, that are just, they tear through your heart. One example I would give off the top of my head, right, just off the dome, perhaps, is Attack on Titan's ending, I guess, is something like that, where I think maybe that's the hot take, right? I think it's a good ending, but I think it was a very ugly ending. It was not beautiful. It was horrific. It was horrible. It was ugly. Not just in the brutality of what happens, but in like the meta, almost the brutality of the meta narrative in that regard. But I nonetheless thought it was good. But anyways, yeah, both of them ended beautifully for me, and I just loved that. Finality is probably the most important thing to me in any type of story that I like to think about and obsess about a lot. And both Loki and Shogun were recent fixations I had that really nailed that for me. Like, they really did. So she's kind of real to be. Yeah. Mariko is so real for that. Blood Meridian has a horrible ending, but it's so good. I have not checked that out. I might have to. Blood Meridian. I've heard it mentioned, perhaps by you again. But maybe I'll have to look into that. I keep burping. I hope you don't hear that. I hope you don't hear my burping. But yeah, I guess, do I do closing thoughts? Is there more to talk? There's definitely more to talk about, but I'm wondering if I want to bore you guys to death at this point. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out the hours and how it works, because this is a different, I've never streamed at this hour before. I'm wondering if, you know, people are starting to tune in now or whatnot. Still trying to get my bearings. Oh, which reminds me of a line in the last episode of Loki's of Loki season 2, where the alleged and perhaps abuser Jonathan Majors. I have to like preface this by saying that because I want to praise his acting. I also want to say he's an alleged abuser. So hey, don't look. All your heroes are terrible people, okay? Every YouTuber you know is a pedophile, you know, okay, or is a pedophile until proven otherwise, it seems. Is that what it is? No. Is that what it seems like? Yes. You all came here from Class of '09, I'm pretty sure. You should know what it's like. But anyways, alleged abuser, Jonathan Majors. I was gonna say Jonathan Kang. No, Jonathan Majors, who plays the role of Kang. Does a great job in the show. He has this sort of back and forth tussle with Loki that I really enjoyed as well, where they kind of play it like it's a in a way where Loki kind of outsmarts him through concealing what he knew or what he had access to already to who is otherwise someone who has infinite knowledge of everything that ever happened, right? Like that's who Kang is, or he who remains, whatever. And this back and forth dialogues sequence they have in either the last episode or the excuse me, I think it was the last episode, yeah, was so good. Like it was so tight, it was so, the back and forth was like, I just felt like not a word was wasted, not a second, not a breath taken was wasted between the two in those scenes where they're, you know, they're playing 5D chess with each other, is what the youngins would say. And they move in that like chess like manner as well, and the behaviorisms are very like, you can tell like when Loki for the first time finally unveils his cards, maybe, you know, that's a better analogy, like unveils his cards, and Kang, or like he who remains, like is shocked a little bit, tries to compose himself to continue that game because he thinks, you know, he's in the when Loki first reveals that he's in check position, like he who remains kind of goes like tries to backpedal. You can see he's really very clearly taken aback by it, but he nonetheless tries to keep up that like bravado, the facade of control, and then just for eventually, if you know, a few scenes later, for Loki to finally land the checkmate and figure it all out, and like to lead to that climactic finale is like, oh, it's so good, so good, it's so good. If only Jonathan Majors didn't beat women. Oh, but oh well, I guess we now have RDJ as Doom again, right? I say we as if like everyone here is a degenerate Marvel fan like I am, but I am a degenerate Marvel fan, all right? I've said it, okay? I'm not above pop culture consumerism. If anything, I am probably the most inclined towards it among all of the librarians I know. Like, okay, maybe not the most, but like, you know, I definitely have a soft spot for it. For this type of thing. Alleged. Yeah, I'm not trying to catch any smoke, all right? Alleged. So Jonathan Majors, if you're watching this VTuber live stream, I wanted to let you know that I'm not trying to slander you, although you might actually be a piece of shit, but you just alleged right now, right? I think is the current state of it. I don't know. Anyways. As another scene that's incredible. I want to talk more about the Shogun's scenes. I will say I love the way they wrapped 10, in that like they subverted the idea of the climax of everything being like a battle, a big like war zone. That to me, I was kind of dreading Loki a little bit, getting to as I inched closer and closer towards the ending on my first watch, and I was just so glad to see the way they did the ending, because it was definitely not what I expected. I definitely expected something a little less thoughtful, for the sake of it being like TV entertainment, right, at the end of the day. But I was making peace with that. But no, they delivered above and beyond my already extremely high expectations in a way that's just, at first off, like it might have seemed a little anticlimactic, but I think was a perfect way to finish. Like I thought it was perfect. And I think it was, this is like not, I don't even think it's up to interpretation. I think if you thought like the end of Shogun was like bad, then you're just wrong and you need to watch it again and reevaluate your media literacy. That's what I think. Like I don't think it was up to interpretation. I thought it was very obvious this was like the way to go. At least the way they did it, right? It was this is how they should have done it, and they did it, and it was wonderful. How the hell are they going to do 2 more seasons of this? I have no clue. I don't even know if they can call it Shogun anymore. Like they would have to call it a different show, maybe just reuse the same cast. I've no idea. I believe there is more source material, right, from James Clavell. I'm not sure. Again, I'll have to look into it. But yeah, like the way they ended it narratively was very subversively thoughtful, and I enjoyed that a lot. QWERTY says hello, QWERTY. Welcome to the app stream, where I spent the first 30 minutes. No, I spent the first hour 30 minutes reacting to a YouTube video. That's what we've come to now at this point. It's just it's getting low, you know. The channel's getting, I think we peaked with Class of 09, and then now it's no longer good. It's all just reaction content. It's derivative. There's not an ounce of creativity here anymore. I'm just like every other VTuber channel. Oh, I'm sorry. But yeah, that was what we were doing. So we watched an interview between Tom Hiddleston and Anna Sawai, yeah, where they talk to each other about their respective recent TV shows that have come out. The second season of Loki for Tom Hiddleston, and Shogun, at least the first season, but is by all intents and purposes a complete project, right? The show Shogun, that Anna Sawai stars in, which is just, and they just have this back and forth conversation with each other, which feels a little like they were pressured to be quick with like the back and forth of it, but it was still very genuine and heartfelt and masterful. Like they were definitely both masters of their craft and had conversations about their craft. Their conversations about their craftsmanship is just so inspiring to me, and it's the type of thing that makes me want to do better. It's like, I love that stuff. You don't sell yourself short. Well, I have to sell myself short, because that's the rules of comedy, right? The rules of comedy is like you have to sell yourself short so you land the punches better. I don't know. What do I know? Right. There's a new game, a Class of 09 announced, by the way. Yeah, I heard. So that's actually one of the things that got me to think, all right, I should stream it. I want to play it now, and because I wanted to stream it, I was like, well, I guess I have to stream it now, even though I felt like I wasn't. Okay, it's weird, I guess, but I guess there's not that many people here. I can admit this here, right? When I streamed Class of 09, when I wanted to do Class of 09 for a live stream, was like a month after I debuted, right? Or a month, about almost 2 months after debut. I felt like I wasn't ready for it, in the sense that like I loved streaming already, but I wasn't good at it. I felt like I wasn't good enough. I wanted to be better. But at the same time, I knew I wanted to play the game, like Class of 09, really badly, because from what I'd seen at the time, it was incredible, and I wanted to play it. So when I streamed it, I thought, and this is like, again, this is silly to say, to admit, but I think it's honest, and I think it's genuine, it's worth talking about, right? I felt I was unready. I felt I wasn't ready to do a stream for that yet, because it was a game that I really enjoyed, and also a game that I felt I could have a lot to talk about, that I would like, that would really work for me. Because up till then, I played streams I enjoyed too, like in games I enjoyed too, but they were just they were chill games that I didn't feel like I was, like, it was just kind of like I wasn't trying to do anything with it, you know what I mean? Like me streaming Tears of the Kingdom, I'm not really trying to do anything with it. Me streaming Elden Ring was just me playing Elden Ring, and I wanted an excuse to, but I wasn't gonna disappear 2 weeks into my debut, so I wanted to so I thought, screw it, might as well stream it, right? But Class of 09 was like, oh, this is like a really special game that was really up my alley that I really wanted to talk about as I played, but I didn't know if I was ready to do it yet when I streamed it. But then they announced it on Twitter or something, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, I have to do it now. I have to play it now. I have to do it. I felt the calling of it, and so I did. And I guess that's how everyone's here now, right? Next reading stream when, and I love having it on while I'm cooking. I'll do another reading stream soon. I'm not sure. Oh, maybe I could do one tomorrow, day after. Maybe I'll do one in like a few days. Yeah, but I'm not sure what to read, so I'm just thinking about that for now. I'm glad to hear that you enjoy the reading streams, though. That means a lot because I don't really know. I can't gauge the success of reading streams very much because I don't see many people doing it. I know obviously there's content. There's vast amounts of content. And good, and it's good too. I love that there are vast amounts of content of people talking about reading or like talking about books they've read. Someone who came in last stream, in the light reading stream, shout out to you if you're here, but you're probably not. But I remembered because I saw afterwards that they had a channel dedicated to reading and talking about reading books. Ophelia was her name, I think. Tales with Ophelia, I think. If I remember correctly. I don't remember, whatever. But yeah, like I love that there are people doing reading streams talking about books they're reading, because that's really good, and I think that's missing in a lot of there should be more of that, you know. This is what I think, and so that was what I wanted to do with my reading streams. I'm glad that it's enjoyable. At the bare minimum, it just needs to be enjoyable. We can talk about, you know, if it's good and it's a positive influence like later. That's something that we can deal with later. But it was important to me that it was enjoyable, and I'm glad that it was. I'll try to do better for the following streams as well to come. So there'll definitely be more reading streams. I guess this is the part where I guess I just chat. And I stopped talking about Loki, so I probably should have done that earlier, but let me just chatting. It's massive. Oh my god, it's huge. Oh, it's huge. How do we okay. Oh, it's the return of this. Yes, it is. It's the return of this. Okay, perfect. Yeah, because to indicate that we're kind of done with overall, we're done with my thoughts on Loki and Shogun. Basically, that's like the main things I wanted to just scream over and nerd out about. And now we can resume a more casual conversation. Honestly, nobody's ever ready for that game. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I would have ever been prepared for what was to come, but hey, it was there. Love to see your reactions to the other endings in the first game. Yeah, that's probably gonna happen next week. I'll try to do a 09 stream of all the other endings in 09, and then like a post playthrough like debrief session with everyone is what I want to do, where we come back to this room with the lo-fi music and then just kind of talk through our emotions, get through it together. That's the plan for next week. So I mean, I'll by the time that happens, I'll have a schedule for it, so you'll see it. But that's something to look forward to if you are into that, which you probably are if you're here. Elden Ring wasn't special to you, it was just summer fling. It's don't word it like that. It was special. It's just I didn't think I gotta be honest, I'm still conflicted on whether I even want to make an Elden Ring like compact video stream highlight thing, because so much of the stream was such a mess, and most of it was just me like screaming and going like, no, what the hell, ah! Or like, dude, there's no way, what, like, you know, like reacting to how much Michael Zaki had put into the game. which I felt like there was plenty of in the space. Like I feel like there's enough people playing Elden Ring that I enjoyed. I love watching Jerma play it. So I want to do things. I want to aim to do things that there isn't enough of, right? So I felt like there was enough Elden Ring streams, but I did it anyways because that's what I mean by it wasn't special, right? Like I streamed it mainly because I didn't want to leave everyone hanging after I debuted, because to hole in my like cave to just no life that game. Anyways, uni streams was nap time, the nap of all time. Yeah, I mean, like that's fine. Sleeping to it's good. If in fact, if that helps with the marketing, maybe that's just how I'll title the next streams, right? The reach of it all or whatever. But the point of it is not that you need to read it with me now, you know, keep your eyes open, like pay attention in class. That's not the vibe I want to give. I hope that's not the vibe that's been given, right? It's more like, it's more, okay, I don't know if you guys had this, but I think back in my day, I would have really understanding teachers who, if I was like, and you know, they definitely understood it because of how understanding they were. Like if I had when the teachers I had who were really, really genuine, great teachers, they would get it if I showed up to class tired and just wanting to die, like eye bags, everything, you know, the whole thing. And when that happened, and it wasn't infrequent, like it would happen somewhat frequently, they would allow me to sleep. Like they would just say, hey, okay, here's what we need to cover. And you know, make sure you don't miss out on it and try to catch up on it on your own time. I can even prepare some things for you on the side, you know, like these worksheets, and I can help you after class if you want. But if you need this time to you know, to recuperate, please feel free to do that. And I was so grateful. That was probably like the best thing that was done for me in my education, was this approval, this them gently going like, hey, it's okay. It's tough. You can take a nap if you want. And I was just so like, that was my liberation. I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful. And I think that definitely helped more than it hurt, like for sure, for me to go through it. And that's the vibe I wanted to get, you know, where it's like you can tune in, and if you want to focus on the readings that I'm doing, like that's great, because what I'm reading is probably, hopefully, important and somewhat relevant, because philosophy is always relevant, right? It's hopefully important and it's good, and you're familiarizing yourself with perhaps uncomfortable terms or ideas. But if you're just too fatigued, you're too tired from all the shit that is life, you can just sleep to it. Like there's no pressure to show up. I suppose it's good if you show up more than anything, just for me to check in to see if you're alive, I guess. But there's no pressure to be here, to be present and consciously comprehend every word that's coming out of it, right? And I certainly hope that's not what it feels like. So again, seal of approval for you to nap is what I'm trying to say. Yes. Photo editing is probably librarian passion. Oh boy. I'm horrible at it. Most of the Ring gameplay is like that. TBH is just a very whoa kind of game. Yeah, it is, and I think that's great. Like the game is incredible, but I just didn't think I had much to offer in it to stream it. But it was just a way to hang out, right? I guess, which is like most people's approach to it is just, hey, we're just hanging out and streaming, right? Which there's nothing wrong with. It's just that I want to strive to hold myself to a higher standard. I won't do that all the time. I'll take, you know, I'll take breaks and I'll do lazy streams like React content. I'll do that. I'll play games kind of just to play them and just to hang out, right? But which is completely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I also wanted to try to push the limits of what's possible as much as I can. You know, as much as how I hit the microphone. Sorry, as feasible as it is. Voice is really nice. Can't help it. Love reading, love the soft sciences. But if someone with a nice voice reads philosophy, I'm gonna get you beat. That's good. I think that's good. Thank you. I'm glad that my voice is helping you. I'm glad that's the case. It's kind of like minor thing that people don't really pay attention to. I think it's important though to have a good speaking voice, because it's not Like I wasn't born like this. I didn't come out of the womb the way I am. I don't think anyone does really. Everyone, I don't think most people do at least. Well, at least most of the people I have a high regard for, they work really hard. It's not just talent, right? It's kind of like I don't know if anyone's here from the Three Houses streams, but it's kind of like the thing I said about Lysithea, the character, who gets really annoyed and frustrated when you compliment her on her talents, because that's what everyone does, but instead what she wants and desires is a compliments of her effort and the work she puts in to cultivate herself to be a better person. Like is what she like, that's what she's proud of, not her like innate given talents or crests or whatever. I found that resonate a lot with me, and because I think most of the people I look up to is not just that. It's a obviously there's some bit of talent, there's some bit of, you know, born this way, but there's a lot of work that has to be done, that should be done at least, to improve oneself, to be better at everything you do, to self-actualize. That's so important that not a lot of people have, especially not actors. I find a lot of actors coast by being good looking and, you know, reading off lines of dialogue. I'm not saying there's no work being done, but it's like, I think there can be more, right? Where obviously there's some effort to memorize lines, believe me, I know that's tough, but to the end, to memorize lines, to deliver them, and to, you know, to appear, but it's not as much as there can be in a lot of cases. And a lot of the actors I watch on TV, on television at least compared to perhaps theater actors who, to me at least, they seem like they put in a lot more effort in their work than is recognized, you know. But yeah, talent is good, but the effort and cultivating that is important. And I spent a lot of, my goodness, maybe this is a lore stream. Well, I guess that's what you get for a yap. When you let me yap for too long, it just becomes lore revelations, right? But I spent a lot of time consciously, maybe not professionally, right, but consciously in my head, I would spend a lot of time being very aware of the way I conducted myself and what I did, and my speaking voice is one of them, I guess. Yeah, it's this whole, what I'm trying to say is that I love Tom Hiddleston and Anna Sawai here in this interview. I love them both as I look up to them a lot, at least in what they've shown me in their acting, because it's not just that they're, you know, they're incredibly good looking and they're incredibly talented, but it's also that they seem to put a lot of effort and work into what they do, and it's motivated out of pure passion for what they're doing. I love that. It's incredible. Oh, yeah. But yeah, to sort of, I guess, tie that back in, right? It's important to put in work, and it's really good. It's really nice to be recognized for that. Anyways, shutting exam time. With iTunes, reading and take stuff from it depends entirely whether or not I get sleepy. Well, if you get sleepy, you get sleepy, right? It's just a natural, like it just happens. We're doing it, boys. Brackets and outliners. We're making our stream wrap as sleepy time is summer content creator. Okay, about the outlier thing, I checked recently on my statistics, and we're getting closer. I think right now my YouTube is telling me my audience is 43% female, and I think 55% male, I think, and the rest, you know, others, right? But we're getting there. We're getting real close. We're getting really close to being 50-50. I'm a little concerned, maybe not concerned, but I'm like thinking, like, what if it goes too far into the other direction? Like, what if it goes too much into a female audience, that like I won't ever have to probably worry about this, but what if I undergo a similar thing as Sea-Dog VA did, as the infamous 93%? It will never get that far. But I know if that was the case, like I'll have to start doing content that appeals to men, and I've never thought about it that way because oh gosh, okay, how God, I'm really just giving you guys everything, right? Like, I have not, this isn't a milestone, this isn't a celebration. I'm just like giving you guys free lore. But in my experience, I don't know if I want to say this. Okay, I gotta, okay, I wanna, because it's very relevant to what I'm trying to say and express, but it's also like, I have to word this. I want to word this well. I don't mind you knowing, it's just I want it to be heard in the way that is not misconstrued. Okay, here goes. In my experience, I find that generally, on a, you know, split ratio, men tend to gravitate towards me more than women, which is like, it, like, you know, okay, it's like, it's not like a appeal, it's sort of, generally speaking, that's men tend to gravitate towards me, especially like, people who are very unpopular, as I will say, because of the way I am, I guess, and how, like, I guess I'm sort of more welcoming. I'm more welcoming than the average person, the average male, probably, maybe, I don't know. And I'm a bit more appealing to men than I'm to women, and philosophy is also, oh, as you guys, yes, you guys are good, great in identifying that in the chat. Yes, Quiddy, isn't philosophy already super manly? Exactly, it is. Philosophy has way too masculine of a history, Western philosophy at least. Eastern philosophy too, but Western philosophy more so in this discussion, in the context of this discussion, where it's a lot more male dominated stuff a lot of times, even though that's not what's actually going on. So in other words, it's perceived as a very male, the history of philosophy is perceived, and the works, the philosophical work that's being done is perceived as a very masculine thing, although it's not quite that case, you know, like the contributions of women are underrated and underappreciated, that are philosophical contributions, right? But they're kind of oftentimes overlooked or ignored, and that makes it a little difficult to go into discussions with that in mind. And yeah, philosophy as a result, like the academic discipline of it, is a bit more male centric. I will say that my experiences have been thankfully more equal, which is good. I think it's really nice. Maybe it's just my limited experience, right? But in my limited experience, it's been quite balanced, which is good. There's literally no girls in my uni's philosophy department. It's so bad. Yeah, like if that's the case, it's like, I think the department really needs to look at itself and wonder why that's the case, right? And in the same line, and again, this is the context of Western philosophy. It's very white, right? And philosophy in general, and like just high ranking universities, if you will, like it's quite white. Departments are as well in academia, and there's like, it's not that we need to discriminate based on skin color again to allocate a token person for every like race or nationality. That's ridiculous and very backwards. But if it is predominantly white, I think there is not enough introspection going on with the people who run these departments. Like, why, how come has it come to this? You know, how come is it so white? We should think about that. And there is nuance to this. It's not just hire a token person of color, God forbid, and the problem is solved. Like, that doesn't do anything, right? It doesn't. There's a very core systemic issue to be looked at that is not looked at enough within philosophy and outside of it, but within philosophy especially, right? And again, in this conversation, let's go librarian attracts. It looks like no matter how I try to phrase it, it's going to get spun off like that. But well, I'm gonna leave it there. I don't think that women tend to watch male VTubers and vice versa. Right, that's exactly, which is why I came into VTubing not like with a really, like, I didn't know where this would go. It was so exciting. It was a little anxious. I think, okay, Tom Hiddleston discusses in another interview this feeling of butterflies in his stomach whenever he kind of gets on any stage, or, you know, like gets on a set or whatever, every time. And that's kind of the joy of acting that he has. Like I felt that when I was about to debut, I suppose, VTubing. I felt that butterflies in my stomach kind of feeling, because I didn't know where it would go, because there's no philosopher VTubers. There's not that many big male VTubers at the time that I watched that were that big, truly, right? Like I watched several, but they would always kind of lose a bit of success, and above all else, they were kind of, a lot of them were shoehorned. A lot of male VTubers are shoehorned into this stereotype of like, they're just, you know, they're very parasocial. They're trying to make a boyfriend experience, construct this boyfriend experience that is very unappealing to heterosexual men, and not just unappealing, but also alienating in a sense, which I don't think is the right move to make. You know, if you understand what I'm trying to say, right? It's not the right move to make. So like, if I wanted to identify with and launch as a male VTuber, and very strongly think of myself as a male VTuber too. I'm not trying to hide the label or run away from it or whatever. I'm a man. I'm a male. It's very, I'm gonna feel strongly about it, but not in the way that's like, you know, how do I cultivate an audience that's not just women? I guess, right? But then on the other side of this, of my worries, is that philosophy, just as a pop culture interest, a discipline to study, and, you know, and historically has been very masculine. Philosophy throughout history has always been, you know, gate kept from women. And so if I brand myself as a philosopher VTuber, I'd have to worry about my audience being only men, which which shortly after I realized was a thing that ended up happening. We saw how that coin flip turned out, right? And so, yeah, I was worried about that. And then I launched, and then it was 100% males, which I was like, okay, well, I mean, I think that's easier to work with, because I think it's harder to get, I think it's easier to get women interested in a philosopher VTuber and a male philosopher VTuber than it is to get, again, this is just heterosexual women and men, right? That are the general consumer base. Again, not specific, but you do what you can with these statistics, right? Then to get a male audience, a generally heterosexual male audience, to accept a male VTuber, you know, especially if they've never watched a male VTuber before and are just, frankly speaking, and I know these people, I know of these people, right, that are like just disgusted by the idea that VTubing could even be done by a man in a way that's not just baiting girlfriend experiences, and how they want to have e-sex with their viewers. You know, it's that thing and on Twitter. I should get off of Twitter. I should like just cleanse myself from this. I need to cleanse myself from this filth. I need to take a shower. I need to just get this out of me. But yeah, I have those worries going into it, and I think I still do have them. But as we approach a medium line of it being 40, 50, I'm very happy that this was established very quickly by real people, like that well, real people insofar as they're not paid chatters, that chatbots that show up that like trick YouTube into thinking I have some sort of engagement in my indie dreaming career, if you must. But yeah, sorry, that was just me reconciling with some of the worries I had initially and accepting it and then kind of hopefully moving on from it. Well, I don't think I'll ever move on from it. It's always something to wrestle with, but it's making peace with it now, which is good. Never took any philosophy courses in college, man. Anthropology courses were fairly 50-50, and psychology was way more women than men. Yeah, in my experience as well, like I have very limited experience with psychology, although I thought it was interesting. I just wasn't good at it. I think I got a D, and then I just was not allowed to participate. But yeah, there was also more women than men. And in general, I think it's not like, oh, we need to make sure every subject has an equal 50-50 split of men and women and whoever, like, and then, you know, we kind of don't think too much about anyone who doesn't identify as either. We just kind of leave it to the side. No. What I mean is, like, there should be above, like, the word diversity is terribly used. Like, nobody uses it correctly. Here's what I think, right? I think a diverse podium of thought is necessary for the highest quality anything. There needs to be a diverse podium of thought. And that diversity cannot be put in artificially. It needs to come naturally. If there is no diversity, the solution isn't to force it in. The solution is to think about why this podium of thought isn't good enough and how we can make it even better, right? Like, and just because a podium of thought is diverse doesn't mean it's good either. It's a high quality. It needs to, like, it's an emergent thing that comes out of it, I find, in the highest of the highest level to me. And if it's not there, it's fine. It just needs to be better, right? Settings like an econ is facts. Is librarian an actual philosophy student? Yeah, so I mean, cat's out of the bag, I suppose, in one way or another, because I kind of felt like I wanted to, I needed some credibility for my debut stream and the Reddit post I made on a subreddit. But I am a philosophy major, yes. I'm an actual philosophy student. Not a very good one. I'm like, maybe I'm not bottom of the barrel, but I'm definitely on the lower end in terms of skill. But I like to think that I surround myself with librarians that are much more capable than I am, and I'm always just at a state of learning, which is nice. I really enjoy. I enjoy being at the bottom of the barrel because that means everyone else around me is just incredible. It's great. It's a great feeling, I think. I don't feel, some people feel weird about it. Some people like to be the best person in the room all the time, which is like a thing people tend to do. Some people who might perhaps have certain insecurities to deal with in themselves that they have to heal from this, right? They need to be the best at everything because that's what gives them value. And I understand that. It's also like an eternal struggle a lot of people have, including me. I have to some extent, right? The trying not to attach your validity and your value and your worth to being good at something is a little difficult, but it's necessary. It's really necessary to be a better person. But once you conquer that, it's amazing. You can just surround yourself by people who are incredible and extraordinary and just way better than you at what you want to get better at, right? That's what you should do. You should always surround yourself with people who are better than you or equally trying just as hard to improve as you at whatever you're doing. And that's how you become the best version of yourself. And it feels great. Like it's wonderful. A weird thing philosophy in institutes is how narrow it is. It's a study of thought, but you don't really deal with other peers now. When you finish studies, you kind of don't know about the now. Yeah, it's because of it's largely, I think, because of the commodification of education and higher education to an extent. It's the idea that you walk in to buy a degree. You know what I mean? It's that. And I don't like it very much. It is a weird thing, and exactly that, you're right. It's a weird thing in philosophy, and I don't think it. I vehemently am. I'm against that so much, but it's such a deeply rooted systemic issue. I don't know where to begin. Well, I do know where to begin, but it's a rough journey, is what I'll say. It's one not treaded very much, too, because it's always harder to walk the path that's been walked than to forge a new one, right? But that's what we're here for. Being a male VTuber without sexualizing yourself is a hell of a thing. It's almost like a debuff, I find. I feel like some days I tend to think, is it even worth it, right? What if I wasn't Karis Euphranor? What if I was somebody else who showed a face camera and just was, you know, one of the guys that was of all time that's relatable, whatnot, you know? I think about that a lot, but there's merits of VTubing that I want to talk about this. Actually, I want to talk about this a little bit. And I want to tie it into the ideas of craftsmanship and acting that were in the interview we watched just now, but I'll leave that for later because I see there's some comments I want to get to first, but that is something I want to talk about for sure. Thank you for raising that. We'll say this as someone who Oshi'd Vox Akuma for years, doing BFE will definitely narrow your audience. Lots of appreciate doing your best to keep it 50-50. I watched a bit of Vox Akuma, and I was never one of the types of people, the type of men. I was never the type of man that was like, you know, afraid of male VTubers. You know, I was never like, I was open to watching them, and I tried to watch Vox among other people as well. This is when I started really, this was like when I didn't even know, I think I watched VTubers for like a year, and it was all just Hololive, the girls in Hololive. I didn't even know male VTubers were a thing. But then the moment I discovered that, I was like, oh my god, that's incredible. What's everyone up to, right? Checking stuff out, watching, you know, Holostars, watching some people from Nichi, because those are the big names, right? And I didn't have a lot of time in my life. I still kind of don't, but when I don't, it's difficult for me to sort through smaller creators. So I was just kind of stuck with the big, you know, the popular ones, right? And one of them was Vox Akuma. I remember seeing his debut like teaser videos and going like, oh, I think I like this guy. I want to watch him. I want to watch some of him. And then I think shortly into trying to catch up with him, he really, at least initially, leaned into the BFE of it, which at the time, it's not that I'm, how do I say this without giving you more lore than necessary, because god, I've given you enough today. I don't think he's not like, I'm not like disgusted like another man is showing that is attractive. like that's not, I'm not like disparaged, I'm not like turned off by attractive men, probably somewhat evidently in the interview we just watched of Tom Hiddleston. But it felt weird because I just yeah, it felt a little alienating in a sense as a male, as part of his male demographic. And I think I stopped watching him a little shortly afterwards. I don't think there's anything against him, and I think he's done well, in his words, right? He's done better, and he's like tried to expand on things. But I just wasn't really interested in the whole, you know, like I want to watch a VTuber. I don't want to watch someone pretending to be my boyfriend. Like that's not what I was interested in through my YouTube screen at all. But I can understand that there is like a drive for that. There is a want for that thing, and I think, you know, not to be hypocritical, that's even more so perhaps for the women, maybe not even more so, but just as much so for the women who VTube, right? For the female VTubers, it's who do this kind of stuff. That's weird. I just said female VTubers. That's like, ooh, that's interesting. Wow, that's interesting. It's almost like VTubers are by default like female in the public consciousness, so you don't ever have to say female VTuber. The assumption is just, if you say the word VTuber, it's quite feminine, right? You think of someone who presents femininely. And so just saying the words female VTuber is strange. Wow, it's interesting. I just found that about myself, anyways. But yeah, like that's why I kind of was a bit steered away from it. But I might try to get into it again. I don't know. I love, but that's also why I love Hollow Stars. It's so much is because like they really, I think they understood that how I felt, and made it so that those streams are not at all BFE. It's almost the opposite of it, where it's almost it's so weird to imagine them like romantically or sexually in any way. It's fun. I love watching the Hollow Stars. I've watched the men VTubers for Nuxtaku. Oh man, I watched Nuxtaku, I think, back in ye olden days, years ago, before he had a VTuber avatar. And I think, okay, I don't know much about him. I don't keep up with drama, you know. I don't care. It's so unimportant to me. I have so many other more pressing issues to attend to in life that I don't have time to deal with like drama, right? But I was certainly, I think, following the period where I drifted away from his content, he slowly became a bit more problematic from what I've been told. And allegedly. And I think from what I've read, he veered a lot further into a direction that I don't like very much. That is very, I think he's a lost soul. If what I read was true about him, I think he's just kind of a lost soul. But yeah, those are my thoughts on it. I'm not gonna go further into that, I guess. I think having a small, very dedicated audience is a good start. I do too. I'm so grateful that you guys are here. Hello, Nicole. Yes, you are 2 hours late. Well, sort of. There's no, I'm not taking attendance today, so you're fine. But yes, having a small dedicated group of people to show up, you guys. I recognize you all by name. Like there's no escaping any weird comment. If you guys make any weird comments, I know, but I'll call you by your internet name, like, and you will not be able to hide from me. Okay, like I will reach across the screen and see through your soul. That's what's gonna happen. But yeah, I appreciate having you guys here. I think that vast range of opinions and thoughts will encourage more diverse pool of viewers to be interested in your content. I hope so. I hope that's not the case. I hope that's the case and not like this sort of middle of the road lukewarm takes everywhere, attracting nobody. Like I hope it's the opposite of that. I hope my views are interesting enough, but also diverse enough that all types of people want to come in and argue with me. I hope that's the case. I hope that's what happens. Yeah. Hey, if you know, it's been a long week without you. How did you get into a diversity tangent already? I was talking about, I forgot what I was talking about. Shoot. You got me there, Nicole. You got me there. How did I get into this tangent? I think I was talking about, yeah, we're talking about male-female ratios as something I was thinking about as I started VTubing. And I wasn't sure whether the coin would land heads or tails, like whether or not it would be 100% female or 100% male. And then it turned out to be 100% male. So that was how we got into the tangent. Or it's not really a tangent. I think at this point we're kind of like on a discussion. We're just chatting at this point. We've kind of wrapped up on most of the things I wanted to talk about for the interview between Hiddleston and Sawe, and the shows themselves. At least the most resonant parts of them with me. I could go on for longer, but I don't think anyone wants to hear more of that. It's interesting that you see philosophy as a skill. Did I imply that? Okay, I gotta be careful with that. I know some librarians that will definitely attack me for that, for sure. They'll be like, hold on, wait a second. What did you just say, Karasufanor? Elaborate your position, please, so that we may dismantle it. Such is the battlefield that is academic philosophy, right? Philosophical discussion between peers who are very passionate about what they do, right? But I think, okay, I don't know if philosophy is a skill, but I think doing philosophy, engaging in philosophy is a skill. And what I mean by engaging in philosophy is reading and writing, and speaking and discussing in a way that is attentive, and not just attentive and present in being there in the moment, but also being, how do I just say this, in sync with this, maybe not opposition, right? Because that's like, there's a lot of competition that's implied in here. I don't like it personally, so I don't like to use those words, but maybe your opponent, your philosophical opponent, your intellectual peers, you know, and whatnot. It's an important skill. Engaging philosophically is a skill you need to have, because you need to be on the same page when you talk to someone, or when you're writing about something, or when you're reading about something. In not just like literally on the same page, like you need to know where the readings are, you know, what's being talked about, but like quite actually, because philosophy is concerned with the most profound layer of understanding of anything that transcends things like language and pre-established norms and agreed upon premises, right? These things are precisely what is being talked about in philosophy. So in order to do that, you need to be on the same page. You can't, and that's difficult to do in philosophy, because it can't just be words. Like, for example, there's a lot of this, like, for example, when someone says God, they mean something very different from another person who says God. When someone says good, when someone says value, when someone says ethics, when someone says morality, when someone says anything, it's a disagreement that goes beyond the pedantic. It's one that is so important to be on the same page on, to even begin a discussion. And then to recognize the limits of the language in which you discuss, and then to transcend it. That is so difficult. And that is like that's why, but I also think that's a skill. Like, I think that's what I think is a skill. That's something you can train towards. That's something to you practice. That's something you get better at the more and more you do. But I don't think it's a skill that is beholden to anyone specifically. I think it's a skill that anyone can refine, and that should be encouraged more refinement of in the public sphere of discourse. That's sorely lacking right now. If you recall, or maybe the sentiment will just kind of ring true to you regardless of certain ideas people float of how critical thinking is dead. You know, we live in an age of media illiteracy. People can't understand what they're watching or reading or whatever. And the important thing isn't that they can't read or understand it fully. The most damning thing is that they refuse to try to understand it properly, right? That's what's damning. It's that they're not even trying. That's what's horrible. And, you know, where does that leave Chemistry for now? I don't know. There's definitely a specific audience that is geared towards. I appreciate the All Stars guys more lately, since it's just VTubers that happen to be guys as opposed to BFE content. For sure, yeah. And they're fun. I love them. And they're so talented. God, they're so talented. They're just... Librarian deconstructing himself. Oh yeah, all the time. You have no idea. No one thinks about me more than I think about myself. That's the same for you. No one thinks about you more than you think about yourself, right? It's completely true. But perhaps I think about myself a bit more than other people think of themselves. Which is to say that it's not overthinking. It's just a lot of introspection. I think a lot about who I am. I'm Kara Sufernor, the first and last philosopher VTuber, the last librarian of Alexandria. But what does that mean? But what does that mean, really, right? Like, when it comes down to it, what is a VTuber? What does it mean to be a VTuber? What does it mean to be a philosopher VTuber? Why not philosophy VTuber, right? Why are you not just a philosophy channel with a VTuber avatar? What makes you a philosopher VTuber? Why are you Karen Sufernor, not something else? Why are you the last librarian of Alexandria? What makes you the last? Why the Library of Alexandria? So so many of these thoughts. They don't keep me up at night, but they certainly keep me going in the day. Used to watch a lot of Nookstuck back before he had his VTuber avatar as well. Lol. I tweet shit at you too. I literally cannot hide. That's my real name. There's no escaping. Well, Hannah, you cannot run from my judgment when if you say anything weird, which you will inevitably do because I know everyone here is weird. You have to be kind of weird to be here. You cannot be like too normal of a person to show up enough and then philosopher VTuber with live stream with 200 subscribers. Like, you cannot be like a completely normal person. So at some point you're gonna see something weird and oh no. Well, not the whole world, but however many people are here, you know? Anyways. Vader being called out by having a weird name. Yes, you did. Consumer with a YouTube account. God, are you gonna change that? You're just gonna be that way? Alright, that's fine. That's fine. I can't refer to you. I can't call you. I can't point to you in the screen anymore, but you know who you are. Quick thing. Have you seen the Mr. Beast drama? And if so, thoughts? Quick thoughts on drama. Oh, that's my specialty. Oh, I love drama content. Sorry. Right after ranting about how I think it's like such a waste of time. So unfortunately, it is a waste of time and I waste my time a lot, right? I'm not above wasting my time. So I am somewhat aware of the Mr. Beast situation. Something that's interesting, before I get to this, right? Something that's interesting that I think popped into my feed recently was a clip of Jacksepticeye taking a lie detector test. And in the lie detector test, he was asked the question about Mr. Beast, like what his thoughts were, and he was like, Mr. Beast is the what's everything that's wrong with YouTube right now. I think his content is horrible and it's derivative and it's creative. Like what he said, something along those lines, right? It's creatively bankrupt, it's bad, whatever, etc., etc. And that's interesting. It's definitely a spicy take from Jackspedicy, right? And Jimmy, the person behind Mr. Beast, like this person, Jimmy, I forgot his last name, but people call him Jimmy, fired back on Twitter. He said, you know, hey, your content is not, you know, what are you are like, that's very unfair of you to say. You do reaction content and gaming content. That's not like the pinnacle of innovation either. Like you are also a product of your time of YouTube. Like this is something you are very unaware of the situation. And I think both sides of this debacle are interesting to me because on the one hand, I can't help but resonate a little bit with Jackspedicy's take on Mr. Beast being the pinnacle of what's wrong with YouTube right now or what YouTube is. But at the same time, so was John. His name is John. He's not Jack, I believe. His name is like John, actually, which is weird because you would think someone called Jacksepticeye is like, his first name is Jack, but I think his name is John. I believe. You would think like, you know, someone like him would be aware because he came from, you know, that very hand. You know, he's found success in playing to algorithms, playing to trends and all of that. And maybe he's trying to do more than that now, sure, but that is coming from a privileged position. It's a position he can only have because, you know, he has made it. He is a name people know of, right? And so it's hypocritical for him to judge Mr. Beast for doing exactly that, pandering to the audience, to the consumer, to the market, to the algorithms, the machines, whatever. So he had this take. This is prior to the whole drama recently, by the way. But I always thought of Mr. Beast in the same way I think of Jacksepticeye, perhaps a little less tastefully, because I think personally, like, what Mr. Beast does, what they both do is like playing to the algorithm, playing to what's popular, playing to trends, you know, whatnot, what is hip with the kids in the YouTubes. But I think there's a little difference. I think there is a non-negligible difference between gaming content where you sit down and you play a video game. Perhaps it's a little violent, and perhaps you say certain swear words that are not no words for kids that they shouldn't be listening to. You know, perhaps that's the case. There's a difference between that and encouraging an entire, maybe not subculture, right? But a whole pioneering he's a pioneer. I think he is a pioneer in that sense, Mr. Beast, right? Pioneering a form of content that is essentially, you know, stripped down to its core, right? I want to strip it down to its core. The philosophy, here's the clickbait, right? The clickbait clip, if I were to make a poignant, salient point, but I won't because I'm not articulate enough and also not popular enough for anyone to clip this. But shit, I'm stumbling over my words now. Oh no, by preempting myself too much. Mr. Beast's content is the pinnacle of it, the core of it. Strip away the onion layers, right? It's the whole dance monkey dance. That's what that is, right? If you boil it down to the least amount of words for what Mr. Beast's content is, to me, right? To me, my interpretation of the philosophy of Mr. Beast, it's dance monkey dance. That's what that is. It's the idea that with enough money, you can make anyone do, you can make people do anything for content, for what is, you know, effectively the amusement of those who are either part of the audience or those with a lot of power and money who can wield it in a way to see what they want. It's the pinnacle of that. And that to me is the entire entertainment industry summed up. Or at least the gripes I have with it. Not even just the entertainment industry, it branches towards in every industry and every facet of our lives and our, you know, it's maybe another word that, maybe set of words that don't capture exactly what I mean, but perhaps bring you to my headspace would be late stage capitalism, right? Like, you know, I don't want to use those words because I don't think I'm good enough to yet talk about those words in a way that is like, not like that is serviceful. So I'm not going to try not to, but maybe that will help you get to this headspace, right? It dance monkey dance, you know, I've paid money, you know, this is life-changing money you can't refuse. You have to do this thing now. That's for our entertainment. And if we don't like it, then you are of no value and you are of no service and purpose to us. And if that's the case, you will not have any money. Sorry, that's just how it is. That's the rules of the game in this, you know, as they say, perhaps unsavourily so. I don't know if that's a word. That's showbiz. That's what that is. That's showbiz. Jimmy, Mr. Beast, is the pinnacle of showbiz. And I guess now it finally kind of comes to the point of the drama, right? The recent drama, you know, him mistreating his employees, his fake lottery, you know, like, sorry, the whatever lotteries, illegal lotteries, him pushing all the whatever, his whole, in my opinion, kind of soulless pioneering. It's just the natural to me, right? It's not surprising. The drama, it doesn't come out and shake my worldview to the core. I saw it happening, and that was what my gripes were with Mr. Beast earlier, which is why I've never watched a single Mr. Beast video, despite some of the people I also watch being part of it, right? Like, I've never watched anything from Mr. Beast, and I don't intend to either. It's just not my type of content, and more importantly, I think it represents something I'm very uncomfortable with, and it's that. And this drama, right, that's come out recently, I think is the natural conclusion, maybe not conclusion, but the natural, like, progression of this premise. If this type of thing didn't happen, I would be surprised. I'd be surprised if there weren't any tortured employees, you know, entertainers that were faced with life-changing amounts of money and had to do things that pose severe harm to themselves. Like, that's what would have been surprising, you know, not the fact that this did happen. It's horrible, obviously, and I sympathize with the victims of it, but at the same time, I can't help but, as the philosopher VTuber, talk about and think about the larger issues, or the systemic ones. What's fueling this, you know? People watch this shit, it gets views. And because it gets views, he gets money. And because he gets money, he gets to use this money to make more videos that do this type of shit that gets more views, right? It's a whole cycle. Mr. Beast is maybe, you know, has done terrible things. Is he a terrible person? Sort of. But like that's not to me important. Maybe he's a terrible person. That like if anyone comes out of this drama going like, wow, it turns out Mr. Beast was an asshole, I think you've gravenly missed the point. You have gravenly, like you have made a mistake in your assessment of the situation. I think it's bigger than that. It's not just that Mr. Beast is bad and did bad things. It's that you all encouraged him. You and I, well, maybe not me because I didn't really watch him, but I mean, I watch YouTube, which drives Google's like, you know, dominance in the sphere of media. So to some extent, I am part of it, you know, as much as I would not want to, as much as I try to minimize and distance myself from it, I am at the end of the day still participating in this relentless cycle. I'm perpetuating this, what this is, right? But I hope this, above all else, I hope it's not a matter of fault. You know, it will come out and he'll do an apology, whatever. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I don't care. What I care about, right? Here's what I care about, is that we come out of it at the end of this drama, whatever, revelation of all the terrible things that happen. I hope we come out of it with people realizing that that's what is happening. That their consumption habits, you know, Miss Beast videos do very well, perhaps too well, hundreds of millions of views. Perhaps that we are the problem. And Mr. Beast is, if it wasn't Mr. Beast, it would have been someone else, you know? If it wasn't Jimmy, it would have been another content creator. It would have been another prank bro. It would have been some other, you know, YouTube personality. It would have been someone else to do that. Is it his fault in it? Sure, partly, but fault, again, right, is not my concern. Because if we were to think of fault, who's watching his videos? Who is watching those videos? Should we hold all these people accountable? Those who fuel this endless cycle of dance monkey dance, right? So brazenly so. Anyways. Sorry if that sounds very detached from the hipster take that a lot of people might have. Sorry, not hipster. Sorry if this sounds like a hipster take, maybe. But that's my thoughts on the Mr. Beast drama. Is like it. I hope it brings the world towards a more poignant place of reflection, and from that their watching habits, viewing habits on YouTube and other things will lean towards more thoughtful, good things rather than, you know, this derivative market logic slop is what this is. I will also say one more thing to add to this is funny that I saw some comments mentioning that I don't think a lot of big creators talk about. Like the whole Mr. Beast doing the whole like Squid Games thing is so funny. It's so poetic. Like it's so the jokes write themselves almost, right? The point of Squid Games was to show you how uncomfortable the idea of a Squid Games was, right? It's that you know, rich people can just have this competition where they pit poor people against each other to do very inhumane, cruel things, again, for their amusement, right? The whole point of Squid Games was for you to look at that and feel uncomfortable, right? The whole point is like to see if there's any escape from this world. It's supposed to be an allegory for society nowadays, right? That was the point of it, right? And now what's being sensationalized is Mr. Beast recreating the games in real life. It's madness. It's I can't comprehend how tone deaf. I don't know how much you can miss the point. It's one of the comments I read somewhere, I forgot where it was. Credit to that person. I didn't come up with this. It's so funny. It's like they watched the TV show about why you shouldn't build a torture machine, and what they got out of it was like, oh my god, the torture machine is so cool, we should build it. Like that's what that is. That's what the Mr. Beast thing is. And it's just it says a lot about society, blah blah blah. Yes, we live in a society, Karasufunor, we get it. I know, but let me make my point, okay? Sorry, I went on quite a long rant. I'm sorry I didn't read much of what you guys said. Yeah, no, clarified. Yep. Considering this, I've been DM'd a Rene Descartes meme. Have I? I think that's in my message request or something. I don't think I've seen that. Or maybe I did. I just didn't. Like, I just forgot about it. But if you did, then thank you. That's great. Send me memes. I prefer if you, like, at me on the tweet. So, like, if I reply to it, other people can see it as well. But if you DM me, it's like, you know, that's there too. Whatever. Considering this is my name with a letter out, I'm still close to first name basis. Okay, Neil, we get it. Niall. We understand your points and that you are Australian, yes. Don't think too much about the numbers. Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, I think about it in the way that's like, I think the numbers are indicative of something. Like, I'm happy about having more subscribers, not because of the number itself, because it means that, most likely speaking, because I'll be streaming at weird different times and time zones are different for everyone, right? Most likely what's happening, there will be several people interested in reacting to me and hanging out with me, whatever, in like a live stream that can create moments of fun and banter and, you know, chat streams like this. And the higher that number is, the more likelihood I can get, you know, interesting conversations and chats from people, which is what matters most, right? So I worry about numbers in that regard. So I'm happy, you know, if we get more subscribers, more views, whatever, I'd be very happy, but only instrumentally, right? Like only instrumental to these purposes. Gavines, I'm actually kidding, you know, I'm actually not changing my username. Okay, then I'm not gonna call you guys my name anyways. It's probably weird, so I'm just gonna read you guys, but you'll know when I'm reading your message, so you'll be fine. Isn't it Sean or something? Yes, you're right, it's Sean. I said John, I'm sorry, it's Sean. You're completely right, I messed up his name. Sean Septicai, yep. Absolutely ranting about each comment, he's holding my so much. Oh, I like to rant. That's what we do in these streams. Oh man, clickbait. That's not the clip. I hope there are no clips. I hope this whole thing is I hope this is a collected experience. You know what's like the ideal? I know obviously it's not like you have to make clips as a streamer. I'm aware of this. This is what you're supposed to do, right? But my end goal isn't like to have good clips. My end goal is to have good streams that are worth rewatching. And it makes me like it makes me really happy in a way that's like kind of, sorry. Sorry, I just, oh my God, it's just getting late. That's why I got a little teary-eyed there just now. Sorry. It's just getting late. My face is tired from it being a little late. But I'm really it's weird because like that's like the goal I set out to do. I was like, I want to make streams so that are good enough, or like so good, like they will keep getting better, right? But more importantly, it's so good that like people will come back to them and watch them for whatever reason, for different reasons, right? For sure. That's like the goal to work towards, like VODs, because I think that's not like a meta, you know, people don't really do that. It's not popular to strive to do something like this, I think, very much. I think most people want to clip farm, you know, they want to bait people to watch the clips and engagement and whatnot. Maybe they just want high concurrent viewers, but what I want is like people to for it to be good enough that people want to like rewatch certain things. Like obviously it rants a lot, it gets bad, it'll get better over time for sure, and like improvement is definitely the name of the game. But I see comments, I've gotten comments recently and just almost from the beginning, that's always been the case, where my VODs get a lot of attention. And also it's not just that they get views, right? It's not just that, you know, the class of 09 VOD, whoa, it had a ton of views, that's great, I'm so happy about it, like I'm happy about it too. But like the comments that are so nice to me, it's weird, like I don't know, I can't I think like many other men I know of in life, I'm not very good at like responding to compliments. I don't know what to do with them. I just don't know what to do with them. And I don't really give them out enough either. I need to work on doing that for sure. Like it's just kind of something that I don't, like the sort of silent acknowledgement is quite masculine in that regard, right? But to get like nice comments in VODs, I do, even like weeks or months later, the people like it's not just that they click onto it and there's a view. Like, that's just a number to me. I don't care. It's that some, like, a real human being was watching me talk about certain things or like play through certain things and enjoying the experience that they had with it. So much so that they felt so compelled to, and I don't really ever comment on videos either. So I know that's when you feel like that's like it's very compelling, right? Like to come into a VOD and to just leave a nice comment. Like, that really means a lot. Like, it means more than, not like, oh, more than you could ever imagine. No. I think maybe you could imagine it, but it meant what's more, like, the point is, it meant more than I could ever imagine. Like, it meant more than I could ever think would be possible. Like, I didn't think it would make me so happy, but it does. And that's really cool. I don't know. Because, and again, right, the other thing was, because this was the goal, right? This is what I wanted to set out to do, to the best of my ability, and to just see it already happening has proven to me that the years, and let me tell you, there have been years of planning for whatever the hell you're sitting in front of your screen now. I've thought about this for at least 2, if not 3 years. I've been meditating in my chamber, just figuring out everything, every aspect of everything you're witnessing right now. I know, and I like, it is an obsessive amount of detail that I've spent trying to execute on this vision I had from years ago when I first watched like an Amelia Watson stream, and I was like, that's so cool. Can I do that? to now. I don't know, that's cool. And it's like, it's weird, right? Because this is the type of sentimental talk that people have when they have like 1 million subscribers or whatever. But that was never my intention. It was never my goal. I just think I wanted, like, that was not my intention at all. I think that would be cool too, but I'm already like, it's weird. It's a weird thing to say as a small like YouTuber maybe, but like, I am so happy that there are people here, and there are more people here than I thought would be. 200 people is like not a small number. That's like a whole, I don't think I've ever played. I think that's around probably the, like, what I have. Oh goodness. One more lore drop for the road, maybe. I have played to an audience of hundreds. That's the extent of it. A lot of what Hiddleston speaks to on theater moves me in a way that only a theater person going into who later goes into TV and film can really capture. It does for me. I've performed to like 100, 200. That's about it. We're already here. I can only imagine how much better things can be going forward. I don't know. Unless I get hit, unless there's like a freak accident. It's only gonna get better. That's really weird. Like, I thought like the beginning was always to me gonna be the worst rut of it. And I'm so happy with it now that it's not just that I'm so happy with the present. I'm just so ecstatic for the future. And I just haven't felt that in a while, I guess. All right, I'll stop talking about it. I'll continue reading the comments. Sorry. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Let me read the comments. Okay, let's talk about something serious again. Let me put myself back in my serious cap. A little back to the Mr. Beast thing, right? My problem is, if someone has that money, why are you using it to make content instead of just donating that or using it to make a difference without attaching content to it? So there is like an argument. I think there's an argument. I've heard this argument, and I've heard the arguments posed against it. Let me present them, right? The arguments posed against this are that that's what he is doing. That Mr. Beast is not just a content creator, he is a philanthropist, right? As people say. And I think philanthropy is interesting. to think about, because it's obviously on the surface level a great thing, you know, donation, charity, and all that. Charity is wonderful. It's great. If you didn't know, the name Charis is a Greek name derived from their word for charity. So make of that what you will for how important the concepts of charity are to me, right? That I would be named after it. Guess Charis Urfanar. But the argument made to it is like, he could do that, but he could also put it on camera so that people watch it, so he can gain viewership and money to donate even more. And that creates a bigger net positive than if he just had a lump sum of money that he just donated anonymously, for example, right? And my problem with this, I have a few problems with this argument that's been made counter to what you just mentioned, right? Is that it falls in line with the whole idea that, you know, it's like, oh, they didn't have to do this, they're being charitable, it's philanthropy, you know, they're nice for doing that, which runs in stark contrast to the way they want to present themselves. They're like, oh, I'm just giving back to the community, this is just all, this is very little of what I can do, I just hope it's good. And they present like a big sum of money because they're fucking rich as hell, right? So that's like nothing to them, but it's a big sum of money to this poor school area that needed it, or etc, right? And maybe they name a block after him, or they name like a something after him. It's usually a him as well, because, you know, majority of rich philanthropists are men, right? But anyways, that aside. And my problem with it is like, one, I think it's weird that we're running under this assumption that, like, you know, they didn't have to give back, like they didn't owe anyone anything, when especially they did such, you know, some of them have done terrible things, but, you know, that's just some of them, right? So let's ignore that point. I want to talk about the other point. We need more than charity, I guess, to make my point succinct, right? We need more than charity. We need systemic change, and that oftentimes comes not in the form of donations, but in the form of stimulating the local economy and in providing them with the resources and the necessary motivations to create a blooming community that trades with each other, that builds a better compatible system. If it's like a country or area, if it's like a school, it's providing the right infrastructure to get the good students in, so that, you know, the money can go more that way, right? It's about handling, and it's not about giving them the money, it's about creating an creating an environment where the money will come over time to that location. Because otherwise what you end up happening is, you know, news reports on how clothes donations, shirt donations, etc., right, become so destructive for a community, because it just destroys any sense of competition or any sense of market within that community to make clothes. Because why do you need to make clothes? You know, every year this, and the third world country, right? Like every year this first world country ships over a ton of clothes. So we don't have to make clothes anymore. There's no, like, the market shuts down. Because of that, they'll always have to rely on these donations rather than relying on themselves and building their own way out of it. And a lot of people who donate are philanthropists, you know, Beast and everyone else, either don't understand that, or they don't care for it, which is concerning. If it's either way is concerning. If they're not aware of that, people with this much power, I think, should be at least aware of it, right? And if they are not, that's concerning. The other thing is, if they're aware of it and they just don't care, they don't want to do it, they're not interested in that, in real change, that's concerning, because people with this amount of power, I would hope, are better people, you know? And so either way, I don't like it. Yeah, but that's like, those are those are my thoughts. Mostly just be the worst of YouTube, but I think he is the worst of YouTube companies. Well, why should they donate it? The point of capitalism is egoism and selfishness. Can't really fault someone for making publicity of something when the foundation of money is do whatever you want. That's true. And that's why it's hard to pin a moral argument on them, because at the end of it, this is it's a market-driven neoliberal pedagogical society, to use a bunch of big words, right? What I mean, to avoid the use of those big words, is to say that we live in a society, capitalism bad, people, there's a supply demand equilibrium. Money go one way, go the other, and more importantly, it's like if someone doesn't want to give you their money, you can't do it. What are you gonna do? Cry? What are you gonna do? Like beg? That's all you can do. All you can do is beg for it. You can't compel them. You can't force them to. You can't force their hand to give you money if you want their money, or likewise if you want their money to be somewhere else, allocate it to something else. You can't. All you can do is just obey by the rules of the market, because that's what the world is running on right now. But yeah. Cry more. No, I'm not crying. No. Nope. I'll cry for like 10,000 maybe. I'm putting like a bounty on it. I'm putting like a bounty on my tears. I can cry on command. I could do it. I want to make that clear as well, coming forward, because I've also given you the lore that I've performed to somewhat of a chunk of people, however humble that may be. I can cry on command pretty, like I can do it. I think over the years I've mastered the ability to do it if I really wanted to, but not in a way that's like fake tears, in like a way that's like living truthfully in imaginary circumstances, you know? So I can do it. It's just I need to like I can do it by thinking of things, and that was one of the things I thought about that I think triggered that process. Like just me thinking about how this went way better than I thought it would. It made me cry a little bit. But yeah, sorry. What all I'm trying to say is like my tears are, I can cry on command, but I'm choosing to set a bounty. I'll do it for I'll do it when we get to 10,000 subscribers or something like that. You know, I'll do that. I'll do that. That bounty's open for there. Rationalize, search for the solution. There must be a meaning. Listening. What is that? Rose had drinking wine and meditated, listening. Everything doubtful is false. Concluded he shall become internet anime man. That really was, huh? So much philosophical deliberation. Whole ass degrees for what? Just to be a VTuber. Goodness. Oh, you couldn't imagine the amount of disappointment that would be cast upon my way if people knew. Oh, God. I hope nobody figures this out. I hope nobody knows. I hope nobody... Sorry. No, I'm not. That's sorry. Anyways, 40 minutes more for standard string length. Really? Oh, dear. We've been going for a while. I mean... I've been trying to figure it out. I think it will take a lot more than that, because the numbers have been fluctuating a little bit, to see whether or not people prefer shorter VODs or longer VODs. I think my conclusion of it is it doesn't matter. What matters more is the subject of it is what determines whether or not people will click. I think it doesn't even matter how good the stream was to me personally. Like if I did a good job commentating, having fun with stuff, providing a good experience, like that doesn't that all of that pales in comparison to the topic at hand of what the stream is. Basically the thumbnail and the title, right? The concept, the idea, whatever that thing is. But so I'm a little more lax in trying to keep, like I don't feel too pressured to keep myself in a certain time frame or other. But yeah. But did I sit down and meditate and think a long time just to come to this awful conclusion? Yeah, I did. I thought, you know what I thought 2 years ago when I first, or maybe it was 3 years ago, whenever Amelia Watson started streaming, because she was like the first streamer I really started, like VTuber I really started watching. I was aware of them before, but I didn't really start watching them until her, I think. So I cite her on my sleeve as a source of inspiration for sure, and her relentless creativity and innovation. But 2 years ago when I watched them, and I thought, okay, this is kind of new and it's booming in like English-speaking VTubers at least. Surely, in 2-3 years, someone's gonna be doing philosopher VTubing, right? Right? And when that time comes, I'll be able to watch them too, and then I'll be able to enjoy it. And then as the days have gone by, it was apparent to me that no one wanted to do something like that, or to do it very much as part of their core being. And I did the Thanos thing. I was like, fine, I'll do it myself. After a long, that's like the shortened version of that. Obviously, there's more that went into it. I think I will talk about my entire philosophy, the 2 years of my philosophical deliberation to come to the conclusion of philosophy VTuber. I am very willing to do that. I'm just not sure when to do that. Maybe for 1,000 subscribers. Just laying it out there, putting these benchmarks and bounties out there, just to let you all know. Not don't subscribe now. No, that's not about. It's not about that. It's more about not about the engagement farming. It's more about the. I want to be clear that I'm willing. I want to do certain things. I just want to do them. I just want to save them for special occasions, so that those occasions feel more special. It's kind of like I would want to do something. For example, I don't know about you, but like when I hang out with my friends. Okay, side tangent on birthdays. Side tangent, okay, on birthdays, real quick. I used to, I had that phase. I was a kid, loved birthdays, they were great. Well, I didn't love them. It's always seemed kind of like everyone else had cooler birthdays than I did, but whatever. That's not a big thing. What was important was, then I went through an edgy phase, of my life where I was like, no, fuck birthdays, man. I don't care. I'm teenage Karis Euphranor. I'm too cool for birthdays. It's just another day in the calendar, man. It's whatever to me. It doesn't even. It's just a day that if anything, I should. If anything, it doesn't matter. It's just another day. Everyone's born on some day. It doesn't matter, like who cares? It's not worth celebrating. I had that phase. Thankfully, it was short-lived, because I think shortly after, two things occurred to me. One, it's an excellent opportunity to celebrate my parents. But two, also, I hope that's it's not too much of a tangent. And two, it was a good excuse to just hang out with friends. It's a good excuse, because who the fuck cares if there's actual intrinsic meaning and value in a birth date? Oh, it's just a day in the calendar. Oh, it's not important. Who cares? You can use that, and it's socially acceptable to use that as an excuse to say, hey, it's my birthday, you want to come hang out with people that you enjoy hanging out with, and you can do that. That's so great. I love that. That is, the value is self-imbued, is what I kind of come to realize later on. And so to me, going forward, I want to do that too. So there are if I do anniversary streams for this channel, the next June, because that's when I debuted, right? 8th of June, that's my birthday. It's Karis Euphranor. It's my Karis Euphranor. It's my birthday. If I were to do an anniversary stream in the future, it's not just because of the date, or if I do a celebration of a milestone that's 100 or 1,000 or God forbid 10,000 subscribers or anything like that. It's not that the number itself has any value in itself, but it's an excellent opportunity to celebrate what does have value and to imbue that within it. And I love that. That's so cool. And that's what I mean, right? When I say I'll do this thing, but it will only be at this subscriber count. It's not because I'm trying to push more subscribers. It's because I'm even though that'd be nice too, it's because I want to, I want to save these types of things, these ideas I have for celebration, for occasions of celebration. I think it would work really well, Open your super chats, then coward. Oh, you meant subscribers. I didn't mean $10,000. That's not at all what I meant in currency. No, that's not what I meant. I would do many more things for that, is what I'll say. Everyone has a price, and I'm not that expensive. Anyways. If it's gameplay, I think longer is good. That could be the case, yeah. Where I delve more into the game. figure it out, really just sink my teeth into it. I think that would work out. I like the labyrinth rantings, the longer the better. Joke side is entertaining and does help focusing the fragmented thoughts. Okay. Okay. Longer rantings are good too. Longer gameplay is good too. No, okay, longers are nice. Seems that you like longer thoughts, and we'll see how that goes. Birthdays are nice. Yep, they are. Yeah. Birthdays are the holiday. Yeah, they are. I'm of the opinion that on my birthday, I'm princess and servers who write my birthday and plate pancakes and chocolate are nice. Yeah. If you're comfortable with the lower drop, when's your birthday? I'll randomly wish you happy birthday on the day. That's a good question. When is the librarian's birthday? When is Kara Sufanor's birthday? Well, Kara Sufanor's birthday is on the 8th of June, as that was when I was given form. Oh, that was that was my first appearance in your realm. There's also another date though. If you click onto the YouTube channel page, if you click into it, there's a when this person or when this channel joined, you know, YouTube, and there's a date for that as well. But that's just when I made the channel, right? So that's in like September. So there's like 2 dates for when the librarian's birthday is. I like 8th June more, so we can celebrate it on that day. But there's like another day as well, so if you really want to get technical over there. But I think 8th of June, right? 8th of June is the way it is. So, yeah, longer the better. Hey, that's good. I hope that's just like what is of interest, because I'm not like I need to limit my difficulty is like limiting myself. My difficulty is limiting the way the amount I talk about and what I talk about, because I have so much to say all the time. I'm just like shaking, just I'm just shaking. And when I watch or review certain things, or I talk about things with you guys, or like, you know, with people, whatever, when I read things, when I write things, I'm always like inspired, and then I want to talk more. I enjoy speaking, if you couldn't tell. I don't yap a lot in public because I'm a little conscious of, like, you know, it's like I don't want to take up everyone else's time. Everyone's here for everyone else. Like, it's not the Kara Sufanor show, you know. But this is the Kara Sufanor show. That's what's great about this YouTube channel, as it is. I get to yap all as much as I want. It's so great. It's so wonderful. Frothing of the math, yeah, hyperfixations. Yeah, pretty much. This is a ploy to just get everyone here to be interested in the things I'm interested in, all of my fixations, so I can just rant about them and feel like I'm not just screaming to the void. Oh, how I love self-indulgence. Fantastic. But I suppose that kind of leads me to this point I pinned earlier. About artistry. I wanted to talk about artistry because, and this is sort of tied to the interview that we watched, right? I am enamored by the artistry. The artistry presented by people who are craftsmen, you know, all things considered, and they can come from anywhere. It's not just, I think if you look hard enough, there's an art to anything and everything. Perhaps, you know, bigger scale, smaller scale, even like your local, even your local baker has a certain way of doing things that they, you know, that is their way of life, and when they put you know, when it's genuine, when there's, and obviously not everyone's fortunate to have a baker. I currently don't have a baker around me either that I know of that's really good. So, but like, you know, I'm speaking to like an experience that I hope makes sense to people, right? Or like an artist, right? Exactly. You support your local artists. Like the artistry on display and like that people have is so inspiring. And I think that's the thing that is the antithesis of the doomer mindset that's consumed us all right now in the face of, you know, it's capitalism. Everything needs to be fast and quick and efficient and consumerist. You know, let me consume more. Let me just wrap my product in more packaging into more packaging into more packaging and have it hand delivered to my door. You know, on the click of a button. It's not that. It's craftsmanship. It's artistry, and I think that can manifest in many more things than it does right now. And it's part of what inspires me to do better. And it's again, I want to feed into this positive cycle that I want to inspire into others. I've talked a few times about negative cycles and how, you know, it's really bad. It feels horrible to live in the world and experience society and how shitty it is to live in those cycles of negativity. But there are positive cycles too. And I think the way to counteract negative cycles isn't to detach ourselves entirely from it. I don't think it's possible. I think we always, one way or another, contribute to negative cycles too. Even if we don't want to. No matter how hard you try, you're feeding into capitalism in some way, right? Unless you wander into a forest and abandon civilization, which is not good, because you will need medicine. And if you scratch yourself on something, you don't want that wound to just eventually turn into a fatal injury. You are worth more than that, okay? And I hope you keep, you know, yourself alive. The way to deal with negative cycles for me is to strengthen the positive ones. And I think the positive cycle of artistry, of inspirational artistry is what I've identified, at least, as something I want to be in. I want to strengthen. I want to be strengthened by it, and I want to strengthen it at the same time. And I think, although not explicitly said, of course, that is something that Tom Hiddleston and Anna Sawai strive for as well in their work. At least from the very little that I've seen. Again, I haven't even seen that much of it, but it's already apparent to me that that's within them, and that's what they're striving for ultimately. And so I think that's missing in VTubing. I think there's not enough of that in VTubing. That's the next point. That's the main point I wanted to get to. There's not enough artistry in that sense. There's a lot of VTubers, but there's not a lot that I think are truly part of this positive cycle. And obviously everyone is part of the negative cycle. That's just how it is. But I don't think there's enough people that are also part of this positive one. This one that is inspiring, that is innovative, that is creative, that is the indomitable human spirit, if you will, right? That's there. There's not enough of it. And I want more. That's why I want, like, it's not just that I watched Amelia Watson and I thought, oh, she's kind of funny. Oh, she's kind of interesting. And like, that was, you know, that enabled me to watch more. That was a part of it. But a big part of it is that she kept pushing the limits of what was possible in a mainstream understanding of what VTubing was, and doing things that were creative and funny and like just so interesting to see evolve into various trends that would take over into the cultural sphere. On many occasions, despite the difficulties. Another example I raise, right, in my debut, I think, and also in some of my other streams, I wear my references proudly, right, my inspirations. But in Hololive as well, Calliope Mori, I think, is like that, and that she really, I don't know if she's, you know, fully there. I think her music still has a way to go personally, but I like it. I like where it's going. I for sure like it's where it's going. Although sometimes it might be a little cringe, you know, maybe a little. You can tell where her inspirations are from as well. But above all else, I do think she's trying something genuine and something new, which is just really, which is inspiring in itself. And the work and effort that, you know, one puts into it is always. It's definitely underrated, right? It's definitely underseen. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna stop fanboying about these other VTubers that are somewhat inspiring to me, and like, I guess, okay, last one is Germa. Again, I'll talk about my Kami Oshi Germa 985. He is. It's something to be said that not only is he such a visionary and such an extraordinary craftsman for what he does, but he's also just so recognized in his community, in the community of streaming, and like how, and so unanimously, like, not everyone can do what he does, but everyone at least, you know, tries a little bit to do it, and that's enough. And that's incredible. Like, that is, he is. I don't think it's taken seriously. I would never, if people asked me what my favorite artists, like, what to talk about a favorite artist that comes to mind, no one would take me seriously if I said Germa 95. Like, I know that's not a conversation we have. I'll probably default to like a musical artist, like maybe like a safe answer, like Kendrick Lamar, right? I think it's a pretty safe answer, right? But like an answer I would give, if not for this caution in social social lubrication, right, is Germa 985, because he's such like a, he's an artisan, he's a visionary, he's a craftsman. He reinvents and challenges the conventions put onto him in the newly emerging form of live streaming. He's a pioneer. There's like, he is the first in history, you know, in a sense. That's why he's my Kamiyoshi. What sealed the deal? I recently, maybe I'll talk about this. Well, it's my Yap stream. I get to yap if I want to. It's my Yap party. I get to yap if I want to. I recently finished watching the whole VOD of the Dollhouse stream, and I didn't think my like admiration for this man could be enhanced even more, but it was. The whole thing is such a labor of passion. It's a genuine work of art. It's a transformative piece of theater. It's hilarious. It's funny. It's moving. It's inspiring. It is like a technical achievement. It's theater in its newest form. And you know what? What's the Dollhouse stream is insane. Yeah, it is genuinely art. Dollhouse stream is insane. Jim is the perfect. What's that movie about the dude? There's constantly being recorded. That the movie is The Truman Show. Yes, and I have yet to watch it. Actually, I've read about the premise. I've read about it actually, and I've read around it, but I've not actually gone about watching it. So, one of my preliminary plans. I don't know if, because I'm not in a rush to watch it either. I think maybe I want to do something more than, I want to do something more than it. I want some time to cook, is what I'm saying. But I want to do a Truman Show watch along. Eventually, maybe like a membership, unarchived private stream or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll workshop it. I keep saying, the reason I say membership, right? I didn't like. It's not because I wanted it to be exclusive to people who give me money. No. What I mean is like, it makes it. It's a clearer separation, because for me, I think I want everything I do publicly to be archived, to be like able to be looked back upon. And so if I want to do anything that is difficult to archive because of copyright purposes, for example, or things that are difficult to maintain on a channel just purely on the logistics basis of things, I'll just limit that to members, but then I'll also make a stream talking about it afterwards as public, right? So that'll all be there. But maybe I could do that. I don't know. Think about that. You need to watch a Truman Show version where Jorah said it to be true, and oh my god, amazing. So I mentioned one of my goals here. I might as well mention another one of my goals long term, because trust me, if I was thinking about this moment right now 3 years ago, and I'm thinking 3 years ahead too. You probably have gathered that from me, from what you know of me already. And one of the things I want to do eventually, in due time, I want to do something like, I don't know how to describe it, because the thing I want to do doesn't exist yet. I want to make something new, genuinely new. And the only thing I could even just like, this thing I have in my head that I can compare it with is Jerma's Dollhouse stream. I want to do something that I don't want to do the Dollhouse stream, because that would just be doing the Dollhouse stream again, you know, it wouldn't be new. But I want to do what the Dollhouse stream did, you know, its significance and purpose in the history of live streaming. This new form, this new wave of media, of content. That's for sure what I want to do. If I was Chaos Chief, and I would make sure everyone watched the Uzumaki anime when it came out so we could talk about it ad nauseum. No idea what that is, but now that you've mentioned it, it's going to start floating in my head. So again, this is a reciprocal thing, right? I get you guys into my hyperfixations, and you have free reign in my chat to do the same. So it is what it is. It goes both ways. Portugal artists, absolutely. In terms of artistry, there's nothing better than Banzuin Haka letting out the most badass fry screams one moment and putting himself in a jar of PNG on stream the next. Dude, Haka's screaming is like incredible. How does he do it? How does he do that? Like he does it in his music, and it's like, it's so cool. That's so cool. The way that he can like use his, and it's like, I guess you can hear it maybe a little bit in his voice where it's like a little fried from all the scream, but it's also like he can also talk, and it doesn't sound like his speech is hampered because of all the screaming he does. It's incredible. I don't know how he does it. For sure. American Psycho clip where Jerma's Patrick Bateman is so uncanny, it's amazing. Oh, I've seen that, yeah. Oh god, I've seen that. A very nice dream of all philosophers, making something memorable in a battle royale the librarians finna end like the Doom cover. Well, hey, there's the thing, right? I am the only... Sorry, let me rephrase this. Let me redo this. I am not the only philosopher on YouTube. Certainly not the only philosopher to exist. I'm also not the only VTuber to exist. And I'm not the only VTuber to exist on YouTube. Not the only indie VTuber. But you know what I am? I am the only philosopher VTuber. There is no one like me. There's never been anyone like me. And there never will be anyone like... Okay, I don't know if there will be. Never. Maybe... Hopefully there will be more people like me. But I get to say I'm the first, right? For now, I get to say I'm the first and the last. Philosopher VTuber. And so, maybe I've carved out a niche or a sphere of my own, so that the work isn't in distinguishing myself from my peers, but it's in making this space worth talking about. This niche. Why is this hyper-specific thing interesting? You know, what does a philosopher VTuber contribute to VTubing that a regular VTuber couldn't? And what does a philosopher VTuber contribute to philosophy that a philosopher couldn't? These are both the questions in my mind all the time that I wrestle with and I play with. And I enjoy very much. I love these questions. They drive me to do more and more. But yes. Is it a battle royale against all the philosophers, just like every other philosopher's dream is? Maybe. Maybe it is. But I also, in a sense, I'm forging new ground in that regard. Uzumaki is a Junji Ito manga. It's one of the most famous horror manga ever. Oh! It's getting it as an anime next month. I can't do horror, but everyone knows Junji Ito, so I'll keep that in mind. Interesting. Hmm. Also, I don't know if I could do a watch along. Now that I think about it, like I can do a watch along of many things. This stream was a little like I'm testing the waters with this stream, right? For watch along content, but watch along content is so like copyright weird, and like I need to tread those waters very carefully. Like if it, but then at the same time, it's like I can't just do the time sync and it's just let's just watch the movie. Like, or I could do that maybe, but also like I love to. Okay, maybe not movies. Actually, no, maybe not shows either. I can do that. Yeah, that works. Because what I do is like when I watch shows, I like to talk about it, but after the show ends. So maybe I could just let it run through entirely. Like YouTube videos, I'll pause and then I'll talk about it as I'm going through it. That's what like I do. But that's different for like TV shows, for films, for anime. So maybe we can. Maybe we can do the time sync, stop start timer thing. Don't know how that will work. I'll have to set that up. I'll have to figure that out. Questions for later. For now, just expect the regular reading streams, right? Can't do it. I don't know if I recommend. I would say it's one of those things you have to experience. I'm sure, and that's why I say I can't do horror, but not in the sense of like I'm holding myself far from it. I like to think that I want to receive experiences that are uncomfortable in a good way, like uncomfortable in a way that I can grow further from a person that I otherwise wouldn't be able to without experiencing those discomforts, right? And horror is one of them. The artistry of horror, I know it gets campy, you know, it's a little stereotypical and generic maybe. You get the Five Nights at Freddy spin-offs, you know, but there is really good horror out there, and I don't want to write any of that off. I just get a little jumpy, you know? You can probably kind of tell, probably. So... Only real weakness is jump scares, body and psychological horror live and remain phase in my favorite genres. Black Paradox. Underrated. Another Junji Ito classic. Okay. I might have to dive down the Junji Ito rabbit hole. We need to fill the we need to fit the that is I don't know what that reference is. I don't know. Maybe I will in time when I dive down that rabbit hole. The Junji Ito. But yes, that's certainly it's a weakness, but I don't ever want to just be content with my weaknesses. I always want to work on them and polish them and turn them into strengths. It's part of my process of self-actualization. It's what makes Karasufanor, right? It's a cycle of self-improvement. I actually recommend some weird kind of philosophy mangas. Love them, not horror specific. I have yet to read very much thoughtful manga pieces, so I can take suggestions for that as well, for sure. I don't read manga very often. I usually just watch anime because I really enjoy voice acting and music, and I think the dimension of sound helps my immersion so much that really works for me. So maybe I would usually prefer watching something that's an anime, but we'll see. You know, I'm not opposed to reading manga either. I've read a few, not a lot, but I've read a few. This hole was made for me. So when I say like I'm the only philosopher VTuber, I kind of lie in that I'm a little cheeky. I'm a little tongue-in-cheek with it. Here's what I mean. I'm the only philosopher VTuber that's going to hear that I'm going to say that I'm the only philosopher VTuber who's ever going to hear me saying, as Karasufanor, the first and last philosopher VTuber. Because I've seen several philosophy VTuber channels who kind of want to theme it around philosophy, who are doing not... Okay, here's what I'll say. I think I'm already doing better in terms of like metrical success, whatever that means. It doesn't mean anything really, like, but it or rather, it doesn't mean it's not the end all be all of it, but it is an interesting thing to look into, right? Is at least by the metrics, there are several philosophy VTubers I know I've looked up and seen and, you know, indexed, but none of them are either super active or they don't even have as much success as I do now, which is not to say that they're, you know, bad, that they are failures, whatever. No. It's that I've sort of struck a resonant chord that combined with a good strike of fortune. That's what that is, right? I recognize that. It's a lot of this is fortune. I'm very fortunate. Ben really said the other. That's not exact. That's not. I'm not saying they suck. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they are not as fortunate as I am, and I need to roll this ball forward. Am I rolling this rock up a hill, and is this ball coming down? Maybe. But I gotta do my best as the person who's made it furthest in this climb so far to push further. And this is also an open invitation to anyone who is a philosophy VTuber. If you want to collaborate with me on anything, I'd be more than happy to. I don't see any reason not to do that. Actually, yeah, I don't think I've talked about this, but I have, like, I don't really mention it, right? Because I'm still at a size where, you know, who the hell are you, Karasu, for no one cares, right? But I think we're starting to be that there's a few more people that care now, namely you guys, which I'm very grateful and happy for. So I have an open invitation to anyone who's a VTuber as well in this space who wants to collaborate with me on something. Open invitation. In fact, I would love to do that in any way, however that may be. The catch, or rather the not the catch, maybe not the catch. I don't want to put too much pressure on this. The catch for me, right? The onus is on me, right? Is that I want it to be an interesting idea, like a fun concept for a stream. Like, I don't want it to just be, you know, going into a lobby of three other PNGs and then playing or Fortnite or Apex Legends, you know, or you know what I mean? I don't want it to just be that. I want it to be an interesting experience. I want that to happen too, but I don't want, that's not what I'm looking for. That's just something that can happen that I'm open to. But that's not, just in the same way that gameplay streams of things like I'm streaming Fire Emblem Three Houses now, like the gameplay streams of that can happen in the same way that I don't hold to that high of a standard can happen. At the same time, I want to strive for collaborations that are interesting. So anyone who wants to collaborate can reach out to me, and I will try to think of an interesting idea. And if I can think of one, let's do it. Not that it matters. Who cares? No one's watching my streams. Maybe I'll I have to clip this and separate it into a short. Philosopher VTuber unveils open invitation. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. I don't even know why I said it. God, I don't even know. That makes no sense. It doesn't mean anything. Like that, what I just said meant nothing. Because no one's watching these. I've had very nice comments from VTubers though. I have for sure. I've had some nice comments on my debut from a few other indie VTubers. There was this VTuber in my chat yesterday, right in the reading stream I mentioned, who did book related streams. That's a person who's real and who exists, I guess, but you know. If you want a wacky afternoon story, then Game Club by Imitation Crystal is great. Love how a process happens and yet you can't see it at the end. Is that a game or is it an anime or like a manga? What is it? Game Club by Imitation Crystal. That sounds like a game. Game Club. Let me look it up right now. Imitation Crystal. It's a manga, I see. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. How would a manga reading stream work? Do those exist? How's the copyright with that? Let me just do some live research really quickly. Oh, Crony's done a light novel reading stream. I could do that. Okay, that's been done. There's Anime Man VODs of this. Okay. Okay, that's the copyright is possible. Okay. Ah. Oh my god, you won't believe this. You won't believe what I just saw. You won't believe what I just saw. You won't believe what I just saw. When I was searching the term, what was I searching? Manga reading stream. I saw, it's a VOD, right? It's a 2-hour VOD. Let me read out the title to you. Brackets, ASMR, cute librarian notices you reading manga. From Bao. It's from Bao the whale. Oh god. Is that how I have to like title my streams going forward? To appease the algorithm, I have to do that. Oh man, maybe I do have to. Library Evolutions by Junji Ito. Ooh, Library Evolutions. Sounds interesting. Another one, 20 chapters unrelated. Soraga Airo Dakara by Abe Tomomi. Okay. Okay. I'd say I would write this down, but this is in a VOD anyway, so I can just, I can just look back on this. Excellent. Wonderful. I don't have to write anything down. I hate writing things down. Where's the librarian as well? Okay, so I said earlier, several streams earlier, and by several streams earlier, I mean like probably 2-3 weeks ago, because my lifespan has been very short. I'm 2 months old at this point in time. That I would do an ASMR. I'll do something ASMR related at like 1,000 subscribers as a bounty, as a milestone. Maybe I'll walk back on that if all I'm doing, okay, here's the catch / what I'm doing, right? If all I'm doing is I'm just doing the same thing I do for my reading streams, except I change the title to like ASMR, like fall asleep to VTuber reading philosophy or something like that, right? And then I put like the you know, if you know, in that case, I might try to experiment with that titling, but I'm going to be doing the same things. All right, I'm not going to do anything new. I'm just going to be reading a title being called Because the Sky is Gray. It doesn't tell me much about it, but I'll look that up. Interesting. But yeah, like that's, but I do want to, I think it's interesting. It is ASMR. What it is. So I want to at least research it, and I want to try it. It's kind of like an activity, like maybe not activity. I want to try it once, you know. I want to I want to really dig into it. I really want to understand it. Why it's, why there are certain people have sensory responses to audio or whatnot. I'm unclear on what, I don't really know what it is, right? As you can tell. So I want to do the research for this, and then I want to produce something. I want to create something that is part of that. That is, I want to make an ASMR clip, but I want it to challenge the conventions and explore the limits of what's possible within that sphere. The artistry, so to speak. I don't want to just make an ASMR video or stream or whatever. I want to create a somewhat artistic I want to endeavor in an artistic pursuit in my attempt to create this ASMR experience or whatever. However that may be, which will be a lot more work than if I just, I don't know, whispered into a microphone and then moved the toothbrush around and then I don't know what that is. I have no idea. I'm sorry. I might be offending people who do enjoy it. I'm so sorry if that's the case. I truly, this is an outsider's perspective, because, and I think that is something I'm interested in doing. Also because the artistry of it seems to be dying. I think we're moving into like a postmodern, maybe not postmodern. We're moving into a sort of satirical phase of it where a lot of ASMR now is just making fun of the stereotypes people have of ASMR. Right? There's the stereotypes of ASMR, which is like, oh, it's just another boyfriend experience, girlfriend experience thing, where they tickle your ear or whatever. And there's another thing where it's the opposite, where it's like, oh, trying to subvert that, where it's like your boyfriend dies in a car crash, right? And it's supposed to be unpleasant to juxtapose the pleasantries of the what people try to play to in their creation of it. I think there's more to be explored that's kind of lost, but I don't know what that is yet. I'm not sure what that is, and I would like to push those limits. That is an artistic pursuit, an endeavor I think I would be interested in doing, that I have been told is something that people want to see as well. If it weren't for the fact that some people, like you guys in chat and some other comments have remarked on this in other streams, I wouldn't do it. But because there seems to be somewhat of a demand for this, I'm more open to the idea. Yes, that's the word. Thanks to people who enjoy experience ASMR on occasion while watching ASMR streams. Got like once, maybe twice or 3 times. 4th time I was watching the Bivol stream. That's good. I hope that means I did something right. I don't know what that means though, but I hope that's good. As you will. There are many ASMR YouTubers who do very artistic stuff, like Goodnight Moon and Moonlight Cottage, though they aren't VTubers, they're like normal women. The actual ASMR response is not sexual at all, it's more relaxed than anything. Yeah, so something I wanted to talk about is, or maybe not talk about, something I wanted to, maybe you guys, you know more, it seems you know more about this, right? Crack consumer with a YouTube account. I know you gave me your name, but I'm going to use this one, I guess. That there are some YouTubers who do artistic stuff, though they aren't YouTubers, they're like normal women. Yeah, it seems to me more like a popular thing for women to do, and I don't have much of a perspective on this. The only perspective I can kind of see that I've been exposed to, or that I've seen, right, that is also maybe kind of uncomfortable, but that aside, is like the ASMR that's like the girlfriend experience ASMR stuff that women do, and that it's more popular with, that it's obviously popular with men who fantasize about this type of thing, a sort of close connection that is ultimately not real, but is something that they fantasize about. That it's kind of, it seems to be mostly done by women, for men and women, but it's like most, I think that I've seen one, I am embarrassed to say this, I was exposed to my first male ASMR channel because of the Mr. Beast drama. And how there was like an ASMR artist who made a call out video where he calls out Ludwig's behavior, to which Ludwig responds on a stream, to which he comments on in a video. I'm embarrassed to say it. I'm sorry, right? We all make mistakes. We're only human, right? I watched that drama video. I did. I was part of the loop. I'm part of the cycle that perpetuates terrible low effort, or not low effort, but terrible things that shouldn't be encouraged. But whatever. Point is, yeah, a lot of it is kind of like that, which is kind of, I don't know, I don't really like it. And like I think from what I've watched from like certain Hollow Star creators, like the ASMR stuff seems to be kind of like that as well, where it's like it's super intimate in that regards. And I'm wondering, like, does it have to be intimate? That's what I'm wondering. I don't know. Is that the part of it? Is the intimacy kind of required to explore this weird sensation of comfort that's sort of relaxing? What are the limits of this? How loud can you be, for example? Obviously, just being super loud would not help, you know, if you're screaming and there's explosions, and that's not what invokes relaxation and comfort usually, and not the same experience at all. Made in France is a channel made by a guy who makes beautiful ASMR videos with amazing cinematography. There are men, people just favor girls because they make nicer voices. I see, okay. Okay. My version of guy ASMR for nice guy voice ASMR is just Tom Hiddleston interviews, but you all probably knew that. And at this point in the stream, I don't think there's. At this point in the stream, I'm a little more okay with admitting it. It's like, yeah, it was probably obvious. It was probably kind of obvious, but yeah. I think current theme of soft theory and philosophy generally something I watch for ASMR. German pages stuff. I haven't been able to. I don't think I can set up a handcam stream in due course. Maybe I'll try to do something in the future, but for now, in the short term, it's a little difficult due to the space I'm in. So I don't know if that'll work out, but I'll try. Maybe I could do that. Like just turning the pages of a book, right? Kanaimu makes cute videos of her playing as a fairy and telling stories. You just have to be creative. I see. But that's also ASMR, right? It's not just, oh, here's a roleplay video and, you know, by an ASMR artist, it is agreed upon to be ASMR, right? Again, this is totally, you can tell this is very foreign to me. I'm just like, I'm reaching out desperately for advice from the few, you guys, from the few viewers I have in a chat. If that's the case, right, like then that's something I can look forward to. It's interesting. All right. So in that regard, right, wait, okay, so question again. I'll do my research after this as well, but you seem to kind of know, or at least you seem to be somewhat familiar with the ideas of it. There seem to be several people in chat who are ASMR like consumers. How far away are my reading streams from ASMR? Because I never thought of them as ASMR streams, right? I never really. I just thought of them as reading streams. You know what? I thought of them as React content, as React streams. That's what I thought of, like in my headspace. My streams were lazy React streams. That's what they were. I'm just reacting to words. Yes, it's ASMR. She speaks softly and purposely incorporates sounds that might be pleasant. Okay. A lot of people watch Bot Roast for ASMR back in the day before it had a name. Okay. Now for a bit, no, librarian is getting sucked into the ASMR. I'm just wondering what that. I'm just trying to figure that out. Yeah, because I've had several, like you guys have mentioned it. Some people have mentioned it as well. Like Like, when are we getting an ASMR stream? Like, why are you asking me for an ASMR stream? I don't know the first thing about it, but now what's becoming more apparent and clear to me is what I've been doing kind of overlaps with those values, or the core, the essence of the ASMR kind of overlaps with the reading streams I've done, because it's kind of about, it could be perfectly considered ASMR. I see, that's interesting. Because, right, it's I do speak softly, and I do purposefully try not to have it be intrusive, but I thought of it as just, I guess I just was thinking of the same thing, I just didn't put a name to it. Because I didn't think reading, like, I just thought that, you know, it's nicer to listen to someone read who's not, like, you know, yelling or has a very brash, aggressive voice, and I just thought that was something I could do that would be more comfortable. And I thought that the purpose of that, there was some purpose in that too, because it wasn't just that it was a comfortable, you know, environment that I've sort of created, but it was also useful to, maybe not juxtapose, but to work against the discomfort that philosophy often has. That philosophical content that is very heavy, very difficult to digest, very like, you wouldn't typically go out of your way to experience, I thought would work out with each other. You know what I mean? In that way. And so I came in, I created those reading streams with that in mind, not with what was that they are ASMR streams. But if that's the case, maybe what I said I would be doing at 1,000 subscribers is something I'm doing already, which is terrible for me, because now I got to think of a new milestone, right? Now I got to think of something new to do. God. Maybe, yeah. Could be perfectly considered ASMR. At least for me, at least. Okay. I think someone else's channel's reading stream would not be considered ASMR, but on your channel there's a lot of overlap. I see. Because a lot of, right, so I've seen reading streams in the past, and they often kind of maybe, okay, I will say I'm not like intentionally softening. Okay, I am, but I'm not. How do I explain this? I'm aware that right now I'm softening my voice. This isn't how I speak to my contemporary librarians in a group setting, perhaps, but this is how I speak to people when it's like one-on-one. I tend to speak more softly when I'm not in a group setting, when I'm in a sort of private setting. I'm just sitting down with someone, we're just chatting over a beer or whatever, right? Then I'm a bit more soft-spoken, and the environment, it also depends on the environment. If it's loud, I have to scream. I gotta be like, yeah, listen, isn't this thing really funny? Like, you know, I have to like really, my voice becomes higher, and it sounds more like me in my Fire Emblem streams, I guess. I guess in that way, where I'm just sweating bullets and I'm just freaking out. Or, you know, in my Class of 09 stream, I guess I was like that as well. But that's not how I am when I'm reading. But this is how I am when I'm reading. I'm not trying to put a voice on. I'm just trying to read, right? But at the same time, when I watch other people's reading streams, they are they're a little loud for me in that way. And that's why I don't really like, I'm doing what I wanted other people to do that they didn't, I don't know. Which is to say that I didn't intentionally put these steps forward into doing what is now, I guess, essentially ASMR reading streams, but I didn't think of it, I didn't intend for it to be that, but I guess it is now. That doesn't change it for me, like it's just a new name, I'm doing the same thing, effectively, but that is interesting to think about. Now, the question then is like, how do I game the algorithm for it to do better? And that's the next question. I'm like, aha, how do I make it so that people want to click on it more? I'll figure it out. Hello, international gays. Fantastic greeting. How am I still Brian? Hello. Hello, Dara, welcome. It's mainly a tone of voice. Since you're soft-spoken, it does come across a lot like, okay. Make it so you will want to watch. It's very important. Accidental ASMR. Because it's like, I'm aware that part of ASMR is it's soft spoken. I just didn't think I also kind of just did the quintessentials of everything else, because I was under the bad impression that I had of it, or not bad, but like the impression that kind of turned me away from the type of content of it necessarily having to be intimate, like I'm cleaning your ears or whatever, you know, that type of thing, which I'm sure people would enjoy too. I'm sure if I were to make a stream where I pretended to do that, there would be some audience for it, I'm sure. But that's not what I'm too interested in doing at the moment. Maybe that will be the bounty. Maybe the bounty for 1,000 subscribers is like a oh no, it's come back to bite me. I was gonna say, one of my viewers a lot earlier on put this sort of idea in my head that I am now coming back to, funnily enough, thinking about beyond, like, a little more than just like it's as a funny joke, but it is a funny joke. Like, and like one of my viewers was like, when are we getting the boyfriend experience ASMR stream? And I was like, I'm obviously never doing that. Why the hell would I do that? Maybe I'll do that for 1,000 subscribers just for fun. And I think what will separate me from the other subversive ones, because this is just in line with the subversive ASMR streams, right? What was that? I think what will set it apart is that rather than, oh, it's just a loud car crash and then you hear like a terrible tragedy take place that is very alarming and not comfortable, it stays comfortable throughout in terms of like the perhaps my tone of voice, perhaps the environment, the music, the sound design of it. But then I get more and more into uncomfortable topics and ideas. So it's a bit like my philosophy stream, my philosophy reading streams, except it's rather than I'm reading philosophy that makes you uncomfortable, I am perhaps reading or contemplating the difficulties in parasocial relationships that form from this type of content. Yes, that's what I could do. Okay. Maybe something like that. But that would be like a milestone, because I think that's a lot of work to really balance, right? Because I don't want, here's the idea, right? I want it to be a little bit clickbaity, but I want it to garner an audience that's open-minded enough that if I post it, like, it's not going to be like 90% of viewers were female. You know, I don't want that. I want it to be 50-50 in that video or stream or whatever. But how can that be achieved? Because men are oftentimes not too inclined to, these heterosexual men, which make up the majority of VTuber like watchers, right? I guess, are not too inclined to click onto a boyfriend experience ASMR, aren't they? So it has to be done in a way that is, you know, the fly trap has to work for everyone. That's what I think I have some time from now until like 1,000 subscribers or whatever to figure out how I would go about doing such a thing, maybe. Yeah, but it's certainly something to think about. It's I'm gonna think about that. I'm gonna put that to work, because this is not like, you know, it's a funny haha like stream where I just pretend like I'm your boyfriend for 5 minutes and then I die in a car crash. Like that's funny, but people have done that already, and I don't think that's as interesting as what could be done with it. But what could it be? I don't know. I'll think about it. I could never see you through like a romantic lens. You're like a little pigeon to me. You are all a bird to me. That he's just not reading today because he's a little tired. Frankly speaking. It'd be fun to see that special video. Hegelian boyfriend is more. No, not the Hegelians. No. I don't know. I can't even imagine how that would work. Yes, funny. What? Kuma, you've not like heard of this phenomena that's recent in the ASMR pair. It's effectively there's been multiple, there's been a wave and trend and also just a genre of content called ASMR content, and there has been somewhat recently a resurgence. Although I would argue that it's always kind of been there, a parody of the ASMR stream mindset, the ASMR genre, where it's subverting the oftentimes the parasocial boyfriend experience, girlfriend experience expectations that's put on these types of videos, streams or whatever, and flipping it on its head so that it's, rather than giving you this false pretense that this fantasy you get to live in a little and escape yourself into, right? Of, oh my god, I have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, because you're lonely and alone and desperate like we all are, and get used to it. Sorry. But there's been a wave of parodies where they don't they take that premise and they abandon it very quickly by doing funny subversive things. For example, it's like a boyfriend simulation ASMR, but then he gets hit by a car and then he gets called to a hospital and then everything's really bad, and then that's like that's like the premise. That's the idea. That's the idea of the parody. Yes, that's what you walked into. We someday are gonna get the let's talk about being parasocial stream while white impact text on black background. I think I kind of want to talk about that in the ASMR stream. That'd be interesting. But I have to, again, it's the artistry of it. We're talking about it right now. Like, it's not like we're someday gonna talk about it. We're talking about it right now. We are not friends, and I don't know any of you people. Again, I don't know any of you guys. And you don't know me either. You know Karis Euphonor, but you don't know who I am in that regard. You know what I mean? Right, there we go. This is a jump scare. I just got home. Sorry. That's what you walked in on. That's what you walked in on. The brand my phone is dying, so I've got to go. Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. I don't know why I waved my hand. You couldn't see it, but I waved my hand. Goodbye. I have to get used to this. This is a little difficult to get used to. God. No, don't go. I'm imagining the anti-ASMR now. A bunch of weird sounds make you feeling weird. That's like the anti-ASMR. I kind of want to do the avant-garde ASMR. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. Where it's not like it's not like the ASMR I want to do is the opposite of it, but it's like it still exists within that sphere and it qualifies very much so to people who consume it as ASMR. But I want it to challenge certain conventions within it and push it to like where it can be pushed even further. You know what I mean? Something like that. Like, it's the type of thing that I think I could do that would be interesting if I did it. But that is coming off the heels of the interview we were watching and the fanboying I did for the shows earlier today, Loki and Shogun, starring Tom Hiddleston and Anna Sawai as Loki and Mariko respectively. They had a whole interview with each other about, essentially their craftsmanship, their artistry, and I loved it, and I just enjoyed it so much that I wanted to make a whole stream talking about artistry and well, broadly artistry, but more specifically these two TV shows, which I enjoyed very much. I love them. That's what you clicked on. I'm yapping about Loki and Shogun. That's what I was doing, right? And this is kind of just a post yap chatting section. So that's the context of today, right? That's the context of today. Guys, something's wrong with my car again. I'll make the next boyfriend fucking crashes ASMR bit. It'll be real. God, please. I hope your car is fine. Anyways. Fave ASMR videos, one where a girl with a mask and a wig buries you in her garden. I saw that one. I quite liked it. I thought it was quite humorous. A friend sent that to me. I thought it was quite humorous. Yes. I saw that. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like it's the pretentious, perhaps, you know, you could argue, desire to create avant-garde art in this indie VTuber. That's what this is. That's what this whole stream was about. And the dreams of the young, the ones who the up and coming, the underdog, you know, the underdog of this story. Or perhaps just, again, one of the indie VTubers of all time who's destined to be mediocre for the rest of his lifespan. Who knows? You may be witnessing the early beginnings of someone who's going to be much more successful in the future, or you're just you're witnessing the early stages of someone who's going to stagnate and be about the same, both in terms of size and in terms of quality of the content going forward. You don't know, and neither do I, but we're all hoping for one direction, I think. That's what makes it so interesting. Humble beginnings of a millionaire, exactly. I wish I had a small loan of 1 million subscribers. That would really help my content, I think. If I had a small loan of 1 million subscribers. Something like that. But anyways, I'm really happy we had this chat today. I had this opportunity to yap for, wow, this is 4.5 longer, for longer than I thought. The title of this stream was I'll be yapping about it for like an hour. That's actually, so okay, I knew the title would be a little bit of a lie in terms of the VOD length, and because I knew the interview was like, I saw the interview, it was like 38 minutes, right? Like I knew that would take some time, and I knew I would pause in between to say some things. So I thought the interview itself would be an hour, and then I would spend another hour yapping, right? That's what I thought. So I actually thought this would be 2 hours, and here we are at 4 hours 30 minutes. Okay. Can't believe the whole stream is working. Sorry, I didn't schedule this beforehand either. I didn't put this on a schedule. Sorry for people who wanted to catch this but couldn't. I'm still, and I'm experimenting with new time zones. So this is a different time. I've never streamed at this time before. So, you know. There will be more to come, don't worry. And also, there's the VOD too, you can rewatch if you'd like. I hope the VOD is enjoyable enough. 1 hour actually related content, 3.5 extra yap. Buy one get 3 free. It's a sale. It's a sale here. Oh god. But I don't know, I'm happy that you guys are here. I'm happy that you guys are here, and that you're also happy that I'm here. I'll put it that way, I guess. That's interesting. Even despite my reckless, unscheduled live streams at different, unpredictable times that you just kind of would be at YouTube and see it and go, yeah, okay, I'll make time for this, is quite cool. I think that's a good way to end it. I think that's a good way to end today's stream. Actually, is my gratitude towards the fact that people still showed up despite how impromptu this was, I guess, and the past few streams are, because again, I'm sorry, I can't do a schedule because I'm dying. I'm exaggerating. There's no mortal danger. I'm just suffering. I'm not suffering either. It's fine, actually. That's also an exaggeration. I need to work on my superlatives. That's another thing. Oh my god. Last thing. I wanted to talk about throughout the stream, I guess, is superlatives. There's something on my mind that I wanted to think about. But I might as well just get it out here because it's a Yap stream, right? It's free real estate for me. I want to talk about superlatives. Just had a date, got home, and the stream was rolling. Just stumbled up here. Welcome, and that's awesome. Hope that went well. I hope that went well, and I mean that truly because, in my experience, I don't, more often than not, those who have confided in me in their date experiences have not had good ones, and it's been awful every time. So I hope that there's just some hope in the world, if not for me, for anyone else. You know, it doesn't even have to be for me. I'm content with this. I have made peace with the fact that it's just gonna be the way it is, right? For me, that this is just how it is. But I certainly hope that everyone else finds more success, which includes you. So I hope you find more success with that. I've really learned how to end streams, how he has grown. It's been fun. I like how you say that, and then I immediately was like, actually, hold on. There's one more thing I want to rant about. And I put my finger up as if you could see that. The man has no Riz, question mark. That's not, hey, that's not true. That's not true. It's... That's... I'll talk, okay. I could talk about it now, but I think I could leave this content, I can leave this discussion, I can leave this topic and this discussion for a future stream that's more relevant to the topic. Bro, the never about. It's not an argument. It's not. I'm just saying. I'm leaving my rebuttals and my comments for another thing. Okay. All right. I'll leave it for another stream where it's more relevant to talk about that. Okay. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Anyways, last thing before I end. Sorry. Last thing I want to end on is superlatives and how it's a bad habit that I have and that you probably have as well. Superlatives are just the worst, biggest, the most terrible mistakes you could ever make. That's what a superlative is. I just demonstrated it in that example sentence, right? It's this use of words that are like to indicate, to over exaggerate, to perhaps play up a situation that one is in, or that something you've seen. And you can kind of see this in clickbait, you know. Maybe something that might help you get into this headspace is clickbait videos and titles and thumbnails, you know, where it's like, wow, best day ever, wow, biggest thing just happened, whoa, huge important news, earth shattering, you know, like worst things of the year, best things of the year. It's all of that. And I think it's both in an online sphere that's being perpetuated, and also just at least in my bad practice personally. And I tend to use superlatives a bit too much. I tend to go like, you know, I tend to say I want to die, but I don't mean it. I don't mean that I want to die. I want to live. As I've explained earlier in this stream, living for a purpose is what's truly excellent and what's so moving for me, right? But superlatives kind of get in the way of my healthy communication, you know. Tend to do quite the opposite. Yeah, you tend to as well. I've noticed in your messages. Yes, you kind of lower the impact. I think that's it's interesting because that's like also that's a good like comedic move. The comedic move is actually to undersell what you're doing, like to understate what you're doing, and then deliver a punchline that's like over the top. But you have to start by underselling it, right? It can't be like, I had the funniest thing happen to me. You can't do that because everyone's gonna be like, oh really? Is it the funniest thing ever? Is it actually? Like you have to kind of preface it with like, oh, so I was just walking around. Like it has to be super casual. It's just like, oh, it's just this thing happened. But you've set it up so that the entire story or joke is thought out carefully, and every step is a productive, meaningful step towards the punchline, right? It's like, yeah, it's all of that. That's artistry. That's artistry too. I want to say that's artistry too. But I think we're witnessing the opposite a lot, which is that, you know, everything's big and bold and brash. In this sphere of this sort of climate of attention marketplace. You know, and I think that's sort of endemic in a lot of the content that it's, you know, shows up on YouTube, whatnot. I try not to do it, but I do. You know, it is what it is. You play the game. But also, I try not to do it in real life too. I don't try not to do it in streams. Try not to say those things. I try to be level-headed and nuanced in my takes. I don't want to say this is the worst thing ever, this is the best thing ever a lot. Although I might react in that way. I certainly don't want to do that. I think that would be strange. I don't know. To, you know, to go on and on about nuance and being level-headed and calm and collected about things, and then screaming my head off immediately at every opportunity, which I probably will do uncontrollably, but I'm trying to work it out of me, okay? I'm working on that. And also when I'm in the moment of a thing happening, like the gym teacher walking in or the counselor, you know, I can't help it. I'm in the moment and I'm immersed in the moment, but I'll always look back on it and reflect and introspect, trying to avoid the superlatives, right? Trying to really, really explain it. So we're just a stare to your setup. No, that was not what I meant. I was talking about the setup to a joke. In the way that it's like you start low impact. I was explaining the anatomy of it, like you start low and then you end high, right? You start understanding it and then you push it, right? Which is an interesting comedic step to take, was what I was saying. I wasn't trying to say that you guys are set up, or that I walk, or I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. Me wants you calling us dumb. No, yeah, I am. I'm calling you, actually, yes, yeah, I'm calling you dumb. I'm calling all of you dumb. I'm calling me dumb too, though. I'm calling all of us dumb. Like, we fall into stupid tendencies. We do. This is like everything. We're all in this together, right? We're all stupid. This is extremely out of nowhere, but what exactly is your visual model wearing? I wanted to draw him, but you can think, oh my god, really? Well, then I have to do my due diligence. I've shown it in my debut, so if you want to see it, like, take a closer look, maybe you can look at my debut. But I can do it in here now, as we tail into the stream. I could be a bit, can like sort of zoom out. I can walk away a bit to show you. This is what I look like. I'm sort of wearing I've lost the words to describe what I'm wearing. I don't know what I'm wearing, dude. The credit, again, is always in the description of the streams and the videos. By CC Mochi on Instagram. Art team, as I like to call them, is incredible. Who's also legal team, but art team, this is the stance. Our team did this. I don't know how to describe it to you. I've had a poor job describing it to our team as well when we were conceptualizing. So I'm so sorry. I can't verbally articulate what it is I'm wearing, but it's this. I'm sorry. I can also take it off to help if you want. I think I have a few like I have a few toggles to take stuff off, so I can do that. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, so I can do this. I can take the cape off. Which I don't do often. Maybe I should do more often. I could do that more often for like these for the more casual streams. They're all casual streams. None of them are like hardcore serious streams like that. That's not the case. But yeah, that's me with my cape off. Put it back on as well. Very dumb, but I'm a girl, so it's not hot. So if I'm so it's hot. So if I'm a girl intelligent, I'm not hot. You are hot, but in a different cooler way. Positivity indeed. Also, you don't. I would say you don't have to worry about being hot. That's not something I concern myself with too much. I concern myself with being a presence that's welcome more than like, oh wow, do you have Riz? Do you have game? You know, whatever that is. I concern myself more with being an amicable presence, which I hope comes across well, right? I can also, so I can do it. You know what? Might as well just do a few of the toggles because I feel like none of you guys have really seen it. So I can do a few of the toggles for you to see. This is my thinking pose. I do this when I'm thinking. That's what I do. Now I've stopped thinking, as you can tell by my hand going down. I have not thinking anymore. Lives through the strip. That's not what this is. That's not what this is. The only layer of clothing that comes off throughout this is my cape. So am I really the only boy in the stream? Well, I'm a boy in the stream. Also, I think Tara is. International girls, my goodness. It should be 50-50 now. It should be very close to 50-50 now. So that actually works out. How many? There's like what? Okay. There's 7 concurrent viewers. I don't know who they are. I don't know who all of these are. But there's like what? 5 people here in this chat. And 3 of them are women, identify as women, and 3 of them are identify as men. So 2 of them identify as men. So it works out, you see, right? It's actually, it's the kind of, it's kind of balanced. That's good, which is very good. Great premises to start on, right? I can also show you this book I have, which is, I realized I should zoom in for this. Let me see. Okay. Can you see it from here? You can. Cool. Yep, that works. Awesome. Okay. I'm at 144p. I will not see the toggles. That's fine. You can see them again in the VOD or in the of the stream, or you could even go back to the debut stream. Maybe don't do that. Actually, maybe don't. I keep mentioning a few times to go to the debut stream to say, don't do that. The debut stream's really bad. Don't do it. Maybe you want to do it. Maybe it's funny. I don't know. My friends tell me it's funny, but I don't know. Anyways, I've been told. So that's my book. It's a floating book, yeah. It says parrot tricks on it. If you zoom in, perhaps I can zoom in a little further. Does that make sense? If I put it here, where does it go? It clips away. Okay. Good to know. Okay. But anyways, that's my book. What else do I have? I have a panic expression. It's a panic button I have. I've used it mainly for thumbnails. I don't think I've really used it for streams because when I panic, I'm just panicking. I'm not really, I don't really forget, I don't really toggle. So there's that, I guess. I can take my glasses off here. Let me do that. I can take my glasses off here. Although it's a little difficult to see without my glasses and I haven't been able to do contact yet, so we'll usually keep them. We keep them on. I keep them on. I'll keep them on. I like my glasses. They look nice. I do like them. And of course my cape, which you saw. Which can be taken off and on again. And finally, the parrot is by default not here. By default, he's kind of a toggle that comes out when I use the parrot, when I have him read comments for me, which was the thing, which is still a thing. It's not like I speak of it as if it will not have happened again. It will. I just decided not to for the stream. but because I would just be yapping a lot, right? But he is usually away, or at least was my intention. I could put it back though, and I think a lot of people really enjoyed having him here, even if he wasn't reading chat. So, so you can deal with that, as will I. Unfortunately, have to. Does that make sense? That should make sense. I hope that makes sense. God, I hope that makes sense. Tired pretty boy look without them on. Yes. I suppose so. I've been told by our team that that was the intent behind it, and I thought, well, it's very flattering of you. That was what I thought. Initially, I was like, that's a little too flattering. I'm not used to that. But if you want to see it again, I think you were I guess you were interested. Here I am without my glasses on. Take them off more often. Maybe. I'll think about it. But I can't see. I can't read anything if I take my glasses off. You don't understand. I can't read if I take my glasses off, so I have to have them on. And I haven't figured out contacts yet. I haven't figured it out. Put them back on. I think the glasses are cute. I like the glasses too. I'll swap between them. I'll swap between them depending on how everyone likes them. Brand casually mogging all of us. I'm not even doing the thing. It's like you have to do it with your fingers, right? You're the thing with the jawline or whatever. Isn't that what mogging is? Who cares about reading when you're pretty? No. I thought the point. I thought the point was that as I live and breathe and I exist, Karasufanor, the first and last philosopher, vtuber, the last librarian of Alexandria, I thought the point of it being a visually appeasing model would make it so that the activities that are actually important, such as reading and developing good reading habits, would gain more traction, is what I thought. That's what I thought. I told our team this. I hope it was not too. Maybe I should be less distracting than God. Okay, whatever. All right. Okay. Anyways, contexts are terrifying. Yeah, they are, right? I like pretty boys. Thought it was obvious. I do too, but it's just, well, I can appreciate them as well. Maybe at least listen to me reading it. That'll work. That's a good compromise. That's a good compromise on my end. Anyways. One more thing. I lied. A liar. Karasufanor. The liar himself, going back on all of his promises of ending the stream 30 minutes ago that he didn't, right? Last thing I promise. Artistry in the VTuber industry, not just in terms of pursuing innovation and creativity and projects that are interesting, right? But also I think a level of artistry and a commitment to character. I think Mariko and Loki embody this very well. And Mariko's like actor, Anna Sawai, said this as well in the interview, right? She asked Tom Hiddleston, she was like, do you carry a bit of Loki with you? And Tom, just without, you know, without any hesitation, it's like, yes. No, sorry, that's not what he said. He said always. That's what he said. He always carries a bit of him. And that commitment to the character is a level of artistry that I think is phenomenal, that speaks to how passionate they are about it. And I think that's also a little missing. It's sort of something that should be, I want more of that in VTubing. It seems that there's not much commitment to the character in VTubing. And I hope it's not too meta. I hope I'm not unraveling too many holes. But I think if you're here, you're not unaccustomed to the breaking of the fourth wall, to the breaking of the character and the meta perspective to speak of it, right? Because that's very powerful, that's very necessary. But I find that there are a lot of VTubers who don't care. It seems like they don't even care about their model, you know? It's like they don't really even care about their concept that much. They just want an avatar that sits there and it's quite, you know, pretty, and they just continue to behave like they are. And I think that's not wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. That's, you know, more power to you if that's what you want to do. But I want to see more deep commitments to character that I just don't think is in that space. You know what I mean? At least that's just my opinion. My opinion as Kara Sufrenor, the first and last philosopher VTuber, the last librarian of Alexandria, who will finally learn how to say goodbye and leave. These are the Mexican mom goodbyes. Always takes 2 hours to say goodbye. Oh man. Yeah, and with that, I think I'll end stream. It's also at the 5-hour mark. I think that works out. Right? If the VTuber doesn't have lore, then I don't want it. Give the, you know, where's the lore? Where's the passion? Where's the construction? Where's the parallels between the lore that is, you know, that is sort of fantasy and fictional, and how it intersects with what you believe in and your self-expression as an artist, how that intersects is when you play a character. That's all so powerful. It's there. You play your own character, the one you write. Every stream is a session of improv. Every interaction is characterization. All of it is so powerful, and it's a brand, it's a name. That's why when VTubers graduate, when VTubers leave, right? Maybe that's something I forgot to mention that I could mention now, in light of recent events. When VTubers graduate, that's kind of why it feels like they die, you know? Like it's obvious that, you know, there's a person behind it and they leave, and hopefully they go to things that are better. But, you know, why does it feel so much worse than, you know, a YouTuber who retires like MatPat? Why does that feel like a goodbye that's just fun and, you know, like a sail into the sunset? And why does it feel like when Aqua graduates or announces her graduation, everyone feels like the hole is torn through their heart? Why? It's because VTubers have this level of immersion of character that's so present that people aren't taking, like, they aren't using enough of, they aren't exploring enough of. That's so exciting to me, and no one's doing it. No one is doing that. Or not, no one's doing, people are not doing enough of it. That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. You know, when I say no one's doing it, I don't mean no one's doing it. I mean not enough people are doing it. And that's such a missed part. Like, that's so cool. No one's doing it, and it upsets me that no one's doing it, right? Why is that? And that's why I vow as Kara Sufrenor, as the first and last philosopher VTuber, the last librarian of Alexandria, I am the first and last for a reason. I am the world's first and currently only philosopher VTuber, and I want to make it so that means something. That this is a character that transcends the realms of 2D and anime and fiction, that goes into genuine artistry and an expression of the human condition that speaks to the soul. That's what I want. That's what I want. Okay, now I'll end. my grandeur is over. I'm done yapping. I'm done monologuing. I'm done talking about the That's over now. It's over now. It's over now. No. It's right. I am supposed to be ending. I need to control myself. I need to stop talking. I talk too much. There's always next time. I can always talk next time. I don't need to treat every stream. That's what I'm doing, right? Is I'm treating every stream as if it were my last stream, and that's kind of good in that I'm putting my all into it. But it's not so good in that I don't know when to end. You know, I don't know when to let go, and I need to learn how to let go. That's very important. That is a part of the artistry too. So with that monologue of artistry and of character and of commitment, we have come full circle from this earlier Yap stream where I obsess with and talk about Loki and Shogun and Anna Sawai and Tom Hiddleston's interview, and how their portrayal of their characters is just so immaculate and compelling to me, and how they've inspired me to do better, and how I want to do better and also inspire others to do better. We have rounded this entire discussion down to this ending monologue I have now. That's it. It's over. Thank you everyone for joining me. Just got back from an hour of digging half a ton of dirt, and Euphenor has just ended. Good luck with the dirt digging. But thank you everyone for watching this stream today. This was me yapping about Loki, about Shogun, but also about Tom Hiddleston, Anna Sawai, and freaking out about the interview they did, which was just so incredible. With each other, and their attitudes as actors and as artisans, as creators, as artists, as actors, and how seriously they take the craft, and how there are so many parallels between that and artistry that I want to pursue, or at least it inspires me to pursue, right? Like that's, and I hope in watching that and in yapping and in hearing me being so passionate about it, that strikes and rubs you people in a way that inspires you to do more things that are really cool, because I want to see cool things. I want to perpetuate and strengthen positive cycles instead of trying, which is the only way to drown out negative ones. That's how it is. Okay, and you know what that is? That's the meaning of life. That's what that is. All right, goodbye. I'm done. I'm actually done. Goodbye. Thank you. Will there be streams soon? Maybe not too soon. I think this will be the last stream in a little while, but I will return in the next weekend with more streams probably. So look forward to that, I guess. Goodbye. And thank you for watching me yap. More to come, etc., etc. Thanks everyone for joining. Just some post-credits. There's a post-credit scene. This is the post-credit scene, right? The contents of this stream were kind of me being I was open to being more vulnerable with stuff like this, because I think artistry and self-expression is really important, but also it has to be vulnerable for it to be good. It was mentioned in the interview as well, right? Like it's something that deeply resonated with me. And so being vulnerable for a moment, I'm just glad was received quite well, that you guys had fun being here. And so, you know, and I'm usually not too pressed about being vulnerable, but there's, you know, you kind of have to figure out how to navigate that. And I think that worked out for today's stream. So that was good. That worked out. I hope everyone learns how to be vulnerable too, in a way that is healthy and good and self-expression and artistry. And I hope everyone here becomes, you know, passionate in what they do. It doesn't have to be art specifically, but whatever you do, I hope you're passionate about it. Just as I'm passionate about this, and just as Tom and Anna are passionate about their characters. That's all.